Hey, that's you again. Alan, that's you from the other
You
day
want something to eat?
with the bicycle.
You want something?
Why do I
You
want
want to
something?
get food?
No, I'm good.
You good?
Is that you from the other day with the bicycle? You were trying to hit me with your bicycle the other day.
Which one?
You.
What are you talking about? I don't have a. I have a car now.
Oh, that's you with the lie.
The last time?
Huh?
The last time?
Do I what?
The last time you check up.
Yeah, that was you with the kid.
I love you.
I don't know
The
if it's
best in this area.
You were trolling me the other
Stay
day.
safe.
Somebody hired you to be
You
trolling me.
want something to eat? I can
You
give
know,
you food.
I was
wanna say
passing
hi
by you
for the
like,
camera. Come on, I want to say hi for the camera. Yo, come on.
It was trolling me as I was walking by also. I'm like, who's hiring all these people? Giving them my information. Some black Americans try to beat me up. You know, at the Staten Island Ferry and Statue of Liberty tour workers. I'm like, who's hiring all these people? They're just trolling. You know, and the black American guy, also the workers at the Statue of Liberty vendors, they were trying to rub their body genitalia on me. And I told them, don't do that. And he said, I'm going to beat you up if you dare complain again. You know, this is at the Manhattan Ferry, Staten Island Ferry. So something needs to be done about this. I'm being trolled, you know, and this is not a fan base or whatever. My mother was killed. Our own daughters, my mother said they were into inheritance scam. We were suing the police because the police took me and my mother's home on Staten Island, and Eric Garner was trying to help us. The police went and killed Eric Garner. And after that, my mother said our own daughters were trying to kill her. We were moving with a bad gang, and they're trying to inherit the money early. And since then, I've been getting harassed with all kinds of romance type scam. In 2020, they lock up all the bathrooms in the train station. I'm a Nigerian homeless transsexual. I couldn't find a bathroom to use. I was going around train station to train station. They said because of the COVID, they lock up the bathrooms without informing anybody. I used to file complaints against MTA. As I was soon the NYPD, I was noticing I was experiencing like retaliation from the MTA workers and stuff. They wouldn't let me use the bathroom, call the police on me. And some of them told me the police told them to set me up. Like in retaliation for the lawsuit I was filing. I was suing you say usually when you're suing the police, you have to flee from New York. Like this guy called, what's his name again? That the police raped in the bathroom. It's from Haiti. It's Abrul Wimmer. You know, he fled New York after the police raped him. He's not living in Florida. He won money, but he moved to Florida after that. You know, so people are telling me usually when you sue the police, you don't stay here. It's supposed to stay here homeless. So they will organize 8 attacks against you and you may get lynched. And I didn't really take it serious. I'm a Nigerian. And truly, you know, my friend that was helping me with the lawsuit at Eric Garner has been choked dead. Even the Manhattan prosecutor was the Eric Garner family lawyer. And the Eric Garner family said it was suspicious that the way Eric Garner was killed. And I've been filing reports now with the Manhattan prosecutor. I've been bragged that please help me. I'm the Eric Garner's friend. Since I sued the NYPD, I've been experiencing all kinds of stalking, harassment from civilians, even the MTA workers. They told me around that time I sued the NYPD, and I was in the subway homeless because the NYPD just took my home. They said the NYPD told us to set you up, and some of the MTA workers were trying to beat me up also. And I didn't even take them serious because I'm from Nigeria. I'm like, you know, why would the police in America be interested in harming me? You know, who am I really? I'm just an immigrant. You know, I said they take lawsuits serious and they don't want you to advance. You know, it's really a money thing. So now, you know, all these people trolling me. That guy was trying to hit me with a bicycle and saying he loves me. Then at the Staten Island Ferry, there's some Statue of Liberty vendors. They were trying to rub their genitalia on me, black Americans, some of them. And I told them stop it. You know, one recently, about like Monday, you know, today is September 19, 2025 is Friday, it's around 1 a.m. So Monday should be what day? I mean, I think it's more like Tuesday. I have to check my phone. When he attacked me at Broadway, at Battery Park, Oh no, Battery Place and Broadway. I think it was more like Tuesday. So today is 19 Friday, Thursday is 18, 17 is Wednesday, 16, September 16, 2025. I was standing at the Battery Place and Broadway. I normally beg for change to buy food and stuff. I was standing there in a food court on this side of the road. There's a Bowling Green train station, in front of me. And then the guy was trying to rub his body and genitalia on me. He was a huge guy. He works for one of the vendors for the Statue of Liberty ticket vendors. He was a huge guy. He was wearing the green uniform, Nigerian the Nigerian flag is green and white. So I've been noticing these guys with the green uniform. They menace me also. So I'm like, I'm not looking for any romantic relationship. Just because Nigerian flag is green, that doesn't mean I would necessarily fall for somebody because they're wearing green. And so he came. He's a huge guy. I was trying to rub his body on me. He almost looks like Eric Garner. I mean, his body size almost like that of Eric Garner. And he was trying to rub his body on me. It was walking with some white women. I guess he was selling them tickets and stuff. So I said, then he walked past me, didn't apologize, and I told him, sir, you're trying to rub your body on me. Don't do that. It's a public place. I'm not looking for any romantic, any romantic, any type of romantic invite or whatever. Behave yourself. You're on the job. I'm not looking for any romance or whatever. And he ignored me and walked away. So I brought my camera out. I'm like, okay, that's odd. You should have just apologized. I'd be like, no, that was a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm at work. I'm not looking for any trouble either. So I took my camera out and I was recording. So I was trying to find out from other people, what is the name of that guy's company? Because I need to file a report with his company. I don't know if he did it by mistake or he did it intentionally. I'm like, today's Tuesday. It was Tuesday, September 16, 2025. It was around 10 a.m. So nobody would tell me the name of the company. So I approached them. I said, sir, what is the name of your company? You try to barge into me and I don't appreciate that. I said, I'll beat you up. I'll fuck you up. Don't you dare complain. Okay, this is sexual abuse and aggression. As the sale of sexual abusers will claim the victim wanted, the ones that abuse. Like P. Diddy allegedly, R. Kelly, they say these people, they'll claim their victims love to be abused like that. I'm like, I don't know who's telling these people about me. I'm not looking to be abused by anyone. I'm just a homeless immigrant, and and it was threatening me, and they're always threatening me like that. Even some days ago, I filed a report with the Manhattan prosecutor of Bragg. It was raining, and I was around the same area, and I was in the park, and I was trying to get into the train station. These Black American street vendors, they blocked the entrance and they were trying to jam their body into me at the Bowling Green train station, Battery Park. And I did a recording and I filed a report right away with the Manhattan prosecutor's office. And since then they said a Black American, Jerry Hill, went into a Spanish bodega called Royalty in Brooklyn and was menacing the workers there, and they punched one of them, knocked them out, and the workers were defending themselves, and they killed them injured them and died later. So anytime a Black American gets hurt, some Black Americans that try to attack me immediately. Even when Jordan Neely was complaining that it was being menaced, and I got menaced in the subway since the NYPD took my home. Even the MTA workers told me that the police said they should harm me, get me harmed, and the police would also join in to harm me. And I didn't even believe the MTA workers, and until bad things started happening to me in the subway, and one of which was in 2020 during COVID, because the NYPD took my home in 2010, and I was experiencing a pattern of abuse from 2010 to 2020, 10 years non-stop. I'll be filing complaints every day with the MTA 511. They have a complaint number there. I think it's 511, yeah. Like a 10-year pattern of abuse in the subway system after I became homeless, and in the transportation system. Even at the Standard Fair, people try to beat me up for no reason, like 10 years of terror. And during that 10 year, my friend in Ghana got killed. From 2010 to 2020, my mother got killed. And all of these people died complaining that somebody's after them. Even my mother was saying somebody's after her. Our own daughters, it's like somebody bribed them to kill her and steal the money. So this NYPD fight dirty. And from 2010 to 2020, even up to now, I'm expressing a kind of violence, and it's still linked to this NYPD. And I'm thinking, and some of the street gangs are taking over. And I believe some other, even international traffickers. Because Nigeria also, I come from a place that is known for, advanced fee fraud. So I believe my story is being spread worldwide. And even there's some Nigerians that are hoping, I believe they may be enticing these gangsters to kill me. And they hope them, like Diallo, when Diallo was killed, his mother inherited the money. So my father's been killed, my mother's been killed. So there may be people that wish, that I'd be killed. And I hope the money will go back to Nigeria and they could split the money with any family member I have in Nigeria. So because I'm unmarried, I'm a transsexual, I don't have any children. And I say sometimes when you die, people can lie that you have a secret child somewhere. My mother brought me when I was a child. I was a teenager, I don't have a secret child anywhere. They could even kill you and send your corpse somewhere where they can steal your sperm. They say after somebody dies, they still have remnants of sperm behind. And so you can make money. Because when my mother brought me in 2000 from Nigeria, the immigration arrested me, said, children are not welcome here. Even though my mother had a green card, and, Western countries like Canada and Australia used to do that to black and brown people. In Canada, they would kidnap kids from the native Indians and put these kids in foster homes, trying to turn these kids white from being native Indians, trying to get them to not have a different accent from white. In Canada, Australia was trying the same experiment. They would kidnap kids from their parents. In Australia, the Aboriginal kids, and give them to white foster homes and white orphanages, trying to get these kids to become white. And these kids will grow up, and they don't really become white, but they grow up with a low self-esteem, and they don't do well professionally. So in Australia and Canada, these kids that grew up like that filed lawsuit that won a lot of money. Because now it's against international law to separate a mother and a child. So my mother had a green card, and I came in here with her in 2000, and she paid for my visa fees and everything. And the immigration said we don't allow kids with parents. And my mother was like, no, you can't strip her of parental rights. Even though she may not be a U.S. citizen, but she has legal status, and they allow some people with green cards to bring their children here. So she was like, this is, she was like, equal law applies, but the immigration wouldn't listen. And I was in immigration court for 8 years, from 2000 to 2008. My mother had a heart attack then, and they finally gave me a green card in 2008. And I was living with my mother on Staten Island in a basement apartment, and the police invaded our home in 2010, 2 years after I got my green card, and kicked us out. Then Arizona found out, Arizona said it was going to help me, that the police can't just kick you out of a basement apartment by the court order. It was a community activist. And at the same place where I met Arizona Bay Street and Victor Boulevard, the police went back there around my birthday in July 2014 and choked him dead. And even Irvin Bragg, the Manhattan prosecutor, was representing the Arizona family. They felt that death was on purpose. And nobody really knew what was going on. But at that time, my mother had gone on WB11 News around close to that time period after the police took me and my mother from 2010. She went on the WB11 News, I believe it helped me out with 10 o'clock news, and said the NYPD is terrorists and they're terrorizing black and brown lives. And even a lot of people that watch the TV news say, they remember seeing my mother. I went to a church, a black American church after that. And I was telling the pastor my story that me and my mother on the street, we need assistance. I was like, yeah, I watch your mother on the news, what the police did to your family is you and your mother is very bad. But it didn't really help me with money. It's one of those black American prophets, At the time, I went to his church. I was asking him if he could help me. But he didn't really help me then. And so the word did really spread, and soon after that, Trump's friend Bernard Kerik, who was the former NYPD commissioner, I believe was also the Homeland Security chief, Department of Homeland Security. George Bush had appointed him as the Homeland Security head. They made a statement to the press that some people are losers and live in the basement apartment with their child. And then the sabotage started happening. All the lawyers in America, me and my mother would contact, wouldn't help us, and they were trying to make me and my mother losers. They wanted to lose us to lose this lawsuit. And then Arizona said it was going to help us win. And the police went and choke him dead. And since then, Trump became president after that. And they said him and his the Attorney General, I think his name was Barr, in 2017, they didn't file the case. They didn't file the Eric Garner's case in court for criminal charges against the Eric Garner killer. They said the Attorney General said he forgot to file the case. So that's it, because you only have 3 years statute of limitation for civil rights cases. But this looks like more of a terror case, because choking somebody dead, to prevent me from winning my lawsuit, because the Bernard Kerik is now dead, his friend, Trump's friend, and Trump pardoned him for another offense. And now this Trump, he's been saying he's been very in the second term this year, immediately banned transsexual from using the bathroom, saying transsexual can't use bathroom in federal offices. Even the congresswoman that's a transsexual also said they were barring her in DC from using the bathroom. And he came back this year, very antagonistic towards me, like he's trying to get me killed. And he's been deporting immigrants like me with green cards and stuff. And then he's been saying, fake news about him. And all of a sudden, the FBI arrested a guy, said he killed Charles Kirk, because Charles Kirk was talking about transsexuals. And I don't know, I heard in America the law enforcement plants fake evidence and plants fake stories sometimes. They engage in psychological warfare. For example, in Guantanamo Bay prison, they will waterboard the Arabs that are put there. They will cover their eyes with blinders or whatever. They'll cover the eyes of the Guantanamo Bay prisoners with what's that thing called? With a sheet, so they can't see nothing. And they'll tell these people are going to drown, tie them up with handcuffs and ropes, and tell these people are going to drown you in water. And they start pouring water on them. So these prisoners will believe they're being drowned, and they will faint and think they're drowning. They can't breathe. Waterboard them. So they said U.S. law enforcement engages in spreading fake propaganda to cause psychological harm to whoever they intend to harm. And this, Trump said, is now turned the Department of Defense into the Department of War, and it's been appointing U.S. Army soldiers to become immigration judges. So, which is against international law. You can't declare war on civilians. And one thing I noticed was, under his administration, Obama started investigating the Arizona killer, and I guess they were trying to get me to testify against the Arizona killer in federal case. And then they said Hillary was saying the Russians helped Trump win, and that and there was this talk also I heard that the NYPD wants to beg the Russians to help Trump win, so that Bernard Kerik would have to go to jail. It's just like a rumor, out there, and truly, this Trump has been saving Bernard Kerik, who died this year of a heart attack in Manhattan. He pardoned him for some crime, I believe. Him and Trump, Bernard Kerik was found. He was so loyal to Trump. They said he was found guilty, I would suspect, of helping Trump incite January 6th attacks or something like that. Or maybe he was found guilty of stealing money from the NYPD while he was boss and Trump, and he was in prison. And as soon as Trump became president, freed him from prison and pardoned him So this Trump has gone through any length to help his friend. So it wouldn't be unusual that, that the Arigona's case that they dropped wasn't 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 mistaken. It was purposeful acts to not, because it appears this Bernard Carrick was involved in terrorizing not just me and my mother, but also everyone. I used to post report that I'm getting followed, I'm getting jumped. As soon as I saw the NYPD, even at the library in Brooklyn, the police would surround me and kick me out of the library. Had to file. While I'm typing the court papers against the NYPD, they put a dispatch out that, you know, get this get me killed, so my lawsuit will be successful. So there was, even my mother was always calling the police, so she was getting followed, and Regana said it was getting followed also. So there's no way we all three of us is just making up lies. Especially now that my mother is dead and Regana is dead and my mother died awful. Our own daughters framed her as crazy while she was getting treated for heart disease in Bellevue Hospital. And my mother's address was moved with a bad gang. So one of them, Bolani, was into drugs. And sometimes when you're into drugs, the FBI can hire you as an informant. And so, they say criminals turn worse. Well, when they start working as informant for FBI, because now they're exposed to more resources, they're exposed to more bad influences. Their fellow criminals also working as informants for the FBI, and they all form a gang and use the FBI resources. For example, my mother went to stay with her daughters while the police took her home on Staten Island, and she said one of the daughters was trying to poison her, was poisoning her food with like counterfeit poison, and which was making my mother nauseous and causing her heart to constrict, and also she was having bloody diarrhea. So my mother fled back to New York. In 2015, May 13, on our way from Pittsburgh, she had to stop the Greyhound bus in the road, and she's about to have a heart attack. And then the Greyhound bus driver on May 13, 2015, called 911 to bring an ambulance. But my mother said she started eating aspirin, and so she got some relief. So she told the bus driver to keep driving to New York, because she was afraid if the ambulance stopped. If the ambulance came together at the border of New Jersey and Pennsylvania, they may take her back to Pennsylvania. She didn't want to be near that daughter. She said that daughter was moving a bad gang. Was poisoning her food, and she didn't want that daughter to also, because that daughter works in the hospital system. She and her sister Flora, Bolani and Flora, they both were working for a long time in the hospital system in Pennsylvania, and she didn't want them to use their influence to tell the doctors to kill her. So my mother thought we could fly and coming here to New York, which is far from Pennsylvania, where the daughters haven't lived in New York in a long time. My mother thought, they wouldn't have any influence in the hospital system here. And when my mother got to New York, she was in the hospital for a few days. Then the daughter showed up. In violation of EPA law, my mother didn't want them to come. She didn't tell them what hospital she was in. And she was wondering who gave those daughters a location. And as soon as they showed up, my mother said they were really humiliating her, taunting her, that they came here on a mission to get her killed, and they were telling doctors to lock her up. Because while I filed the lawsuit for me and my mother, I put in there that when the police came to evict us without a court order, the police said if we don't leave, they're going to frame me and my mother up as crazy and lock us up in either the mental ward or in the jail. So my mother, when she heard that, she started having like panicking, started having like heart attack symptoms. Because my mother has a history of heart disease. Like in Sanford and Son show in the 80s, someone is prone to having a heart attack. Any form of stress can cause them to have a heart attack. So I put in the court papers like that. And my mother was saying her daughters were reviewing my court papers from Pennsylvania online. The lawsuit papers I filed in Brooklyn Federal Court, 13 CV 5052. I said one of them, Bolani, was moving with a bad gang. And the other one, Flora, she lived with her also. But that one, her husband is a black American soldier called Ayinde. I said that one would try to be punching my mother just to scare her to death. And my mother was like, she doesn't understand why all her daughters and the daughter husband, Flora's husband, were trying to scare her to death. So at one point, Flora put my mother in the backseat of the car and went and hit somebody's house. And the ambulance had to come, but the police didn't really arrest her. My mother said she thought that Flora did on purpose, trying to scare her to death. Then when my mother went to Bolanli's house, said that Bolanli has her own house, would leave snow all around the house. And my mother said she doesn't understand why that Burnley is not doing that. That Burnley never used to do that before my mother got a heart disease. She said he used to be very, because she used to work as a law in a law firm as a paralegal. Said before, because my mother, when she came here from Nigeria in 1998, she lived with that Burnley. I said, that Burnley used to take care of any snow issue or stuff. But I said now in 2015, she doesn't. She allowed the snow to fall over the house. And it's like in the Home Alone movie, where the kid, I think Trump the, played a role in that movie also. They said the kid was getting some robbers came to rob the kid while he was home alone. His family had went on a vacation trip somewhere, and he put things on the floor for the thieves to fall down. So my mother said this Bolani may have been leaving the snow on the floor for my mother to trip and fall, knowing she's elderly, and any fall would send her to the hospital. But my mother said, she was wondering why that Bolani was leaving snow on the floor around 2014, 2015 in Pennsylvania. Why she was living with that Bolani. I said, then her sister, Flora, came to visit and fell on the snow. They had to take her to the hospital. So my mother said she went and got the shovel and cleared the snow. Because she was like, she was afraid she would fall also, my mother. And she didn't understand why that Bolani wanted her to fall and break her hip and die, And there's been many killers that would, there was a man, there was a story in crime shows around that time also that a man claimed his wife fell down the staircase, and died from the wound. But the prosecutor was able to prove it seemed the wife did trip over a staircase, because the man must have put something in the staircase for her to trip. But she didn't die right away. He went and got a hammer and then punched her after she fell. So I believe that brother was trying to kill my mother that way, trying to get her to fall on the snow and then drag her body back into the house and plunger her to death. Because my mother was just so smart. She was like, I said at that time also that Bolani was talking with someone she suspected was into inheritance scam, because that person's family had died also. And that my mother said that person is very dishonest, and the person told her that they won a insurance money also, life insurance policy, after the person's family member died. So my mother said that person is very dishonest and she doesn't really trust that person. So all of a sudden, as soon as that person got money from life insurance policy, this Bolani started calling that person, even though that person, repeatedly was not interested in the person and was leaving snow on the floor, so my mother could trip and fall, and she could then drag her back into the house and plunge her to death. And I guess with the X-ray shows, the deceased had a broken leg, would think the person died of the snowfall. So eventually my mother said that Bolani was poisoning her food with counterfeit poison. Anytime she eats the food, she started having bloody diarrhea in Pennsylvania. Her heart would start constricting, and so my mother fled, and by May 13, 2015, she got on the Greyhound bus to come to New York. And she said, I believe that Greyhound bus ticket was purchased with a credit card, so that would be a good way to. My mother's name is Esther Olabofo. We share the same last name. So my mother said on the bus, the Greyhound bus had to pull on the side, and other passengers on that bus will remember that the bus had to pull out by the side of the road in New Jersey, and they were called an ambulance. After my mother alerted the bus driver that she's having a heart attack, and she may not survive. And so my mother's a nursing practitioner. She's a home health aide and a nursing assistant. So my mother started eating aspirin. She always has aspirin, and she said that helped relieve the pressure on her heart. And so she told the bus driver to keep driving, not to wait for the ambulance anymore. Saying she's not feeling better. And the bus driver kept driving to New York. And my mother said she was just trying to avoid being taken back to Pittsburgh, where this Bolani could then work with the doctors to kill her, because she used to work as a paralegal and used to work in the hospitals also. So she has a lot of connections. She was moving with the bad gang in Pittsburgh. So my mother thought, she coming to New York to go to the hospital would break that chain of influence. And my mother was surprised when she was in Bellevue Hospital like 3 days. This Bolani showed up with Flora. and they were barging my mother, trying to, telling doctors to lock her up in the psych ward. So because of that, my mother said she didn't wish to continue medical treatment in Bellevue. She just wanted to be discharged to go to Nigeria to go get her heart surgery. Because the daughters, she was like, what kind of prank is this? Who gave the daughters a location in the hospital? She didn't give the daughters the hospital address, and she felt maybe it was a gang that was able to trace the hospital. So my mother didn't feel safe with those daughters around. And that's a violation of IPA, to barge into someone's medical treatment. Someone's medical treatment is a private affair. So I believe that Bonnie may work for the FBI or CIA. I see her in this neighborhood and other neighborhoods also. She just shot from Pittsburgh. I begged for money and would walk past me. So I believe that Bolani may be working for the FBI and CIA, and I believe the FBI is involved in killing Oregano, and the FBI may just be trying to help this Bernard Carrick out, because he didn't want me and my mother's lawsuit to be successful. After my mother called them law enforcement in New York terrorists that terrorize black lives. So, even Oregano that was helping me and my mother, with our lawsuit, I was under FBI surveillance then, because when my mother brought me from Nigeria in July 2000, I was arrested at the airport, even though my mother had a green card, and you're supposed to respect parents' rights. Even the Brooklyn Federal Court issued an order last year. There was a British kid, they were trying to send him back to England. It was a minor child living with his father, and the Brooklyn Federal Court says, he has to stay in America, that, under international law and the local laws there, the parents has a custodial right over a child, and if the child chooses to also remain with that parent, no courts can force that child out of America. It's torture that children separated from their parent, they'll always have a lifetime of trauma to deal with. I guess you said their confidence level professionally, they won't be able to achieve much professionally. And I've been homeless for 15 years, so I don't know, but I've been also expressing sabotage from the NYPD. At the point, I used to work as a home health aide. I could make up to $30,000 a year or almost as a home health aide. And the NYPD arrested me in 2019, choked me, stole my green card and my social security card, and locked me up in a mental ward. After my mother was killed that way, close to that period also, our own daughters told the hospital to lock her up in a mental ward. So, recently also, there are people that want to beat me up or knock me down with a bicycle, like the guy that was saying he loves me, and he was trying to hit me with a bicycle a couple of days ago. So I believe, they're trying to drag me to the hospital system, break my bones, and where they can bribe the doctor or whatever to kill me. There's also a story in the news that a white lady who was in coma in a Florida nursing home, she's been in coma for 10 years. All of a sudden, there was this black American male nurse that started working, and soon they discovered that the woman in coma became pregnant. After the black American male nurse started working there, and then she gave birth in coma state like that. And the nursing home denied that the black American male nurse was the one that raped her. They said that woman must have came in pregnant 10 years ago, and she must have had a delayed pregnancy. So the white lady's mother was still alive, so she raised an alarm that the nursing home is covering up a rape, that her daughter wasn't pregnant for 10 years in that coma state. She didn't come into that nursing home pregnant for 10 years. So the authorities got involved and they did a DNA of the child, and they saw, yes, it was the black American male nurse that raped this white woman while she was in coma, because the child has the same DNA as the black American male nurse. So stories like that have been in the news in the past. So I don't know who's hiring all these people to try to knock me down with a bicycle, like this guy that says he loves me. He was trying to knock me down with a bicycle a couple of days. I'm like, what kind of love is that? You're trying to knock me down with a bicycle. And also these black Americans, they're trying to rub their body on me. They were trying to rub their genitalia on me while I'm begging for money early in the morning at Broadway and Battery Place. And one of them did is one of the Statue of Liberty ticket vendors. I was wearing a green uniform, and I looked at his uniform. Seems The name of his company is Way Off Tour guide. So I was moving close to him to rub his genitalia on me. I said, "Oh, whoa, excuse me, sir, you can't be doing that. There's a video camera recording, police camera. I'm not into that." And he didn't want to say sorry. I just walked away. So I started recording him. I said, "Sir, you just tried to bump into me." And he told me if I dare come to him, he's going to knock me out. I was like, "Excuse me, this aggressiveness, and some, also this year, also some weeks or days earlier, they were trying to rob some of the Statue of Liberty ticket vendors also. They went and laid siege for me before I could get into the train station. It was a rainy day. And as I was trying to get to the train station, they were blocking my way and they were trying to rub their body on me also. And I was like, this is gang sex abuse. Who's hiring all these people to gang molest me? And started fight with me, possibly beat me to death. Or put me in coma. I'm like, I was born in male. I'm 91. They're trying to extract my sperm when I'm in a comatose state. My mother was the first one that latched onto that idea. She said her daughter, Bolale, would leave snow all over the floor in 2015, 2014 when she lived with her daughter. I said, that daughter never used to do that. But that daughter, has a paralegal degree and was working in a law firm dealing with criminal cases, since the early 90s and stuff. So that daughter always had a house and always clears the snow and stuff. But so in 2015, while my mother was suing the NYPD for taking her home, my mother was suspecting that daughter was trying to kill my mother every so she can get the money as inheritance. So that daughter would leave snow on the floor, so my mother could trip and fall and die, and she doesn't die, maybe drag her and beat her to death and claim she fell from the snow. Because there was a story around that time also where her husband got life insurance policy, and they said the prosecutor determined the husband tripped the wife, either pushed her down the staircase so she can break her leg and hit her head on the floor, but she didn't die right away. It brought out a blunt object and hit her so many times from the wound, So they saw that even though the wife had a broken hip or something, that she did fall, either it pushed her down the staircase, but she didn't die, and there was multiple forces applied. This was how they were able to convict the husband. He was white, also the wife was white. And I've been under FBI surveillance since 2000, and the FBI was listening to my mother tell me, because I used to talk with her on the phone while she was in Pennsylvania living with this boy, and she'd be telling me all this horrendous stuff about the phone. And sometimes she'd tell me my phone sounds, it's like, is there somebody tapping your phone? I said, your phone, you say you're the only person, and she told me I'm the only person she speaks to, and my phone always sounds like, he says, and sometimes I'll be talking to lawyers, and they'll tell me they can't hear me. So your phone is like, so they were using the bad equipment, and just to intercept my phone calls and, stop me from talking, from snitching. They said snitches get ditches. And they were giving me bad phone service. Anytime I'm speaking with people tell me, we can't understand you. Your phone is always sound like, And they were just trying to get me to lose my case. And a lot of lawyers were even interested in my case. They thought, maybe I was prank calling down. And I was spending a lot of money on Verizon phone booth. And I started using quarters. And I started noticing any phone booth I use, Verizon will remove that phone booth. I used to go to Harlem to use a phone booth. And as soon as I started using that phone booth to call lawyers, Verizon removed that phone booth. It was near my storage called Extra Space Storage. So this FBI was also using their US assets, like phone companies. Then after my mother died, anytime I try to use because my phone I had at that time, anytime I try to speak with somebody, to like they were using a bad phone tap to destroy my phone calls. So people wouldn't hear me, so I'll be using phone booths. So and I'll notice anytime I'm using a phone booth, I will get jumped by black Americans. I'm like, who's hiring all these black Americans to jump in? A lot of kids. Then I went to Harlem, a place called Morningside Park, and I was sitting in the park, and I was talking on the phone. I didn't know this FBI would deploy people to follow me and jump me. So I was sitting in the park, and I was talking to a lawyer. I was like, yeah, my mother's daughters killed my mother, and I need a lawyer. All of a sudden, I got walked from behind. Boom! I started seeing stars. Like somebody used a big stick to hit me from behind. So I brought my phone out. I started recording. And the kids then run away. One kid remained, and it was like, I'm so sorry. He's so sorry. I said, look, why did you and your friends hit me with an object? It was like, it's not me, it's them. He said, call 911 right away. I said, what? Some kids attacked me with an object. I was on the phone. As soon as I started mentioning that my mother's daughters killed my mother, around that 2016, 17, after my mother was already dead, all of a sudden I go walk from behind, boom, and they hit me in the head. I was like, who hired these kids to be beating me up? My friend gun is dead, you know. And I called 911, the police came, and by then the kid had already run away. The other kid had remained behind. I said, some kids hit me. As I was talking on the phone with a lawyer, that as soon as I mentioned that my mother's daughters killed my mother, I got hit from behind, boom, in a terroristic way. I said, my head is like, I'm seeing stars right now. I'm having like a concussion. But I recorded these kids, running away, and one of them remained behind. He goes to a neighborhood elementary school, or, I said, this name of the school, please, I need you to go to his school right away to identify him. Here's his video. And the police wasn't interested. They took a report and left me there. I said, this is a bad neighborhood. She shouldn't be coming to this neighborhood, Morningside Park. And since then also, anytime, there was a day also, Ricardo, I just won the mayorship, 2021, December, so I was in front of the Atlantic City basketball stadium, Nets, a few blocks down the street from there, and I was using the phone booth, and all of a sudden, I was trying to connect my phone to the phone service. I just bought a cell phone from Target store, and the Target store, I paid them money, and they pretend like they helped me activate the phone for $10. And when I tried to, then and they gave me the minutes. They told me go put the minutes on yourself. But we're closing early today, whatever. We are not gonna help you put the minutes on. So I bought a phone. I bought the minutes, and they helped me activate it in the store. So I then called the phone company. I believe it was Singular Wireless. I said, look, I'm trying to put the minutes on my phone, and it's telling my phone it's not activated. So I was using the phone booth to talk with the Singular Wireless. Like, I don't know what is going on. Ever since my mother got killed, anytime I try to use any phone, my phone the phone wouldn't work. Even my cell phone, when my mother was alive, my mother was saying my cell phone is like, there's somebody sabotaging my phone. Like it's been phone tapped, and and my voice would just be like, echoing and stuff. And as soon as this Bernard Carrick taunted me and my mother, saying, after my mother called the NYPD terrorist on WB11 News, and the Bernard Carrick immediately told the press that sometimes the NYPD encounters people that are losers, that live in a basement apartment with their child. Since the NYPD deals with a lot of this set of people, I told the press it was just like using Innuendo, which I heard is an American form of speech. Like, you're talking about somebody, you try to generalize it so the person doesn't know it's specifically referring to the person. And so a lot of the US rappers also do that. Even one of the rappers, Young Thug, they arrested him. He talked about a murder that's about to happen in his rap music, and that murder took place like that. And when they arrested him, he said it was just his freedom of speech. He was just rapping in general. He wasn't part of that gang that committed that murder. And the U.S. dropped the case. They say, that's the best way people can. I'm not saying that Young Thug is guilty of that murder, because apparently the U.S. government dropped the case. Said, but they said people do that. That people, they said even drug dealers, they use general term on go on WhatsApp and whatever, even prison gangs. They'll be called pizza drug. I said, you're going to bring pizza for them in the prison. And the prison officers already know that's no damn pizza, that's drugs the person is going to bring for them, and they will intercept the package. So this Bernard Carrick, he's been working as a police officer, and must have been using code words to mock me and my mother. that some people, the NYPD encountered, as soon as my mother called the NYPD terrorists for terrorizing black lives, in 2010, on WB11 News, this Bernard Carrick also issued a press statement saying the NYPD encounters all kinds of people. There's some losers that stay in the basement apartment with their child, or something to that effect. And it was just like, it made it seem like it was talking in general terms, but it was more specifically describing me and my mother. And ever since then, my mother would tell me, and at that time, the Bernard Carrick was a corrupt person that was stealing money from the NYPD, and the Venezuela found him guilty. And also was the Homeland Security chief appointed by George Bush, and he left when George Bush left and Obama came in. They left him in that position, thought he was a trustworthy person. And the FBI was doing an assault on me, my mother, and every corner, tapping my phone, giving me bad phone service. And anytime I use a phone booth, yes, I started using phone booth. I used to use phone booth down here also. They removed it also. Verizon will come and cut the phone away. And all the phones were disappearing. And it was just so weird. And it was like they were just trying to impede my speech. Now come Trump, saying any immigrant that talks will be deported. Like a funny joke or a weird joke, and nobody seems to catch on. How people may be caught on and pretending to be dumb because they feel if they help me, I'm going to win a lot of money because of the trauma I suffered. And this shouldn't be just about money. My life is in danger. Now everybody's trying to jump me. If I go to Manhattan to Panhandle, the Statue of Liberty ticket vendors will try to rub their body on me. And if I tell them to stop, they said they're going to beat me up if I keep complaining. I have to take it or whatever. And soon after that, after the guy tried to hurt me if I keep complaining, then some black American women came with a guy. I believe that guy's African, and he was touching them, and they were touching him also. And so they were grooming me. That's how you do it. You don't complain. Be a good girl. I'm a transsexual. And they were all laughing, touching each other, the workers. So they're forming and the police came and was recording everything. And I'm so afraid for my life. It's like they're grooming me to be abused and for me not to take it and not complain. So please, Alvin Bragg, this is crazy. I believe, your office prosecuted Weinstein for something similar, and you're refusing to help me as a Nigerian. You're well Delgado's case. Your FBI and your corrupt police, they're influencing black American gangs, and they're grooming me for sex abuse. And also, on that battery place, Broadway, I buy food from the Arabs, and one of these Arab guys, I always, he has to have done it on purpose. He has to have done it on purpose. On Monday, September 15, 2025, it's like, they know I come there at a particular time and I start buying food. And as I was approaching his cart, and I saw him, he brought his penis out. He was holding his penis in his hand. He's an Arab guy. I can describe his penis. This was September 15, 2025. And he showed me his penis. Then, and then I was reaching for my phone to record it. Then he turned to my and backed me. Then he hit his penis. Then he sold me food. And I'm thinking, okay, I don't want to make a noise because they've already framed me up as crazy. They NYPD choked me. So I don't want to make make an alarm, and they'll all frame me up as crazy. But I remember his penis. He sells me food, and so it's like they're grooming me to sexually abuse me, and I believe they may be interested in getting my sperm, getting me to take home with them, and putting me to sleep and stealing my sperm, and then eventually killing me and impregnating many women, and then earning money from the U.S. immigration, kidnapping me as a child sexual and overcoming America, and kidnapping and JFK airport, removing me away from the airport, separating me from my mother. Any money from lawsuit like that, they'll give it to this woman and say to raise whatever baby they get from raping me. So all these people trying to knock me down with a bicycle, saying they love me. I don't think it's love. I believe it's sex trafficking and child trafficking, because I'm not interested in any romance with anybody. I'm not looking to marry anybody. I don't have a child. I've never been married to anyone. So please, and I believe this NYPD is the one, and this FBI the one and jamming these people that they can get away with anything they do against me. Because in 2020, they lock up all the bathrooms in the train station as soon as COVID hit, and so they've been finding ways to just harm me. I mean, the train and everywhere else. So I was stuck looking for a bathroom in 2020. I'm a foreigner from Nigeria. I really don't have friends here. I don't really have anybody. My family, my mother's daughters that live here in Pennsylvania. They've been abusive to my mother. Even when they killed my mother, they stole my passport and my spare green card. Because the U.S. immigration gave me 2 green cards in 2008 after my immigration case finished in court. They're usually supposed to give you one. I don't know why they gave me 2. So my mother held one for me, and I held one for myself. And when my mother's was killed, they took that green card. Then the years later, the police arrested me, choked me, and locked me in the circle and stole the other green card. So I can't go back to work as a homemade day. So my mother had my passport also when she was killed. My child passport. The girls stole all the belongings, including my child passport. So in 2020, I was stuck on the train. During COVID, there was a shelter in place. And then the police came and kicked all of us homeless out. They first locked up all the bathrooms. And everything was just, they were using that emergency to try to harm me on purpose, because I've always filed complaints against the police, saying their workers, some of them would snitch to me, that the NYPD told them to get me killed and start a problem with me. I called the NYPD. So anytime I try to use the bathroom, they would be menacing me in the bathroom, tell me to leave early. And in 2020, they lock up all the bathrooms without announcing it to the public. So I was trying to use the bathroom that day, and I couldn't find a bathroom. Everything was locked in the train. They had 500 bathrooms in the train station. So I was going from station to station. Then I ended up in the Bronx, because that's one of the places I go to use the bathroom, at the Yankee Stadium, 161 4 train stop. And I noticed the bathroom that was locked also. So I went to the police precinct. I said, please, I'm about to mess up my pants. Can I come into your precinct to use the bathroom? And said, no, due to COVID, we're not letting nobody use our bathroom. I said, your police precinct, I heard in the news that, you're still open to members of the public. I said, please, I'm having an emergency. And soon afterwards, this guy walked by me, and told me I could come use the bathroom in his house. And, I didn't know they were setting me up so the guy can take me home and rape me. And then he took me to his house, and then he told me he wants to get married to me and have sex. And I told him, no, I'm not looking for that. And he raped me, and then kicked me out, punched me and beat me. He took advantage of me. I was vulnerable. I just went to his house to use the bathroom, and he told me it's okay, you can stay, and he said he wants to get married. I told him, no, I'm not looking to marry anyone. And he took advantage of me, and he would tell me I better cooperate. He has access to guns. He knows a lot of police officers, and he held me hostage in fear. He said if I don't cooperate, his police friends will fuck me up. I said, and it was, and they held me hostage there. They were raping me. I didn't know where else to run to. My passport has been stolen. My green card has been stolen. So I was posting message on Instagram. And Instagram banned me after that. So I was posting message on Instagram. So I would just keep sending message to all the stars. Nick Cannon. At that time, Nick Cannon was saying he's giving out free money. Anybody wants free money? You better speak now. And he said, I said, sir, please, I need free money. Please, but I would say I'm homeless on the street. I told, I told because I didn't know how to explain that situation. Like, look, there's a guy that held me up in his apartment, said he knows many police officers. I better cooperate, otherwise his police officer will come and kill me. So I didn't know how to tell Nick Cannon that, sir, please. I know you're giving out free money. You're saying, please, if anybody needs money, you better speak out now before it's too late. And Nick Cannon would say, I'm going to the bank. Anybody needs free money? Anybody needs free money? Speak out now. I'm going to the bank. I'm like, what is going on? Is somebody telling Nick Cannon? It's also born in 1981, and I used to listen to the Wendy Williams TV show, and I think she was aware also of what I was going through. Soon after that, they said they diagnosed her with dementia. She has to go off the TV. Because she would always, she would always make statements and believe she may be aware that this FBI, and sometimes she on her show, she'd be like, FBI! And then, she just scream out FBI. As I'm going through stuff, people will be jumping on the street, but I always watch a show, every day, Monday to Friday. And nobody would help me. But people keep jumping me. The black Americans will try to beat me up when I'm panhandling Brooklyn. Tell me you're going to be killed soon, nigga. And then I watch a Wendy Williams show. And while she's talking on her show, she'll just scream, FBI, you know, and then she'll start talking about something else. And people would just laugh like, okay, she's just trying to be funny. I don't know, she's trying to tell me or whatever. I just know what's happening. And she would always bring Nick Cannon on her show. That this is her new friend. That she's very special. Then all of a sudden, as I was jammed up during the COVID, Nick Cannon would I was on Instagram, and I befriended him because anybody that comes on our show, I would befriend them on Instagram, and stuff. And then Nick Cannon would say he's going to the bank. Anybody needs money, better speak now before it's too late. So I would always send a message. So I would lie or something like that. Say, because I was entrapped in the house, and it wasn't really a lie, because I was technically homeless, because the guy would tell me, that if I don't cooperate, I'm going to get harmed, and it's going to throw me out on the street, and I didn't intend to cooperate with his fake marriage proposal and stuff. So I knew I was de facto homeless, because he was always threatening me that if I don't cooperate, it's going to throw me out on the street, and his police will kill me on the street. So I have to cooperate, and do whatever he wants. So I would be sending Instagram messages and telling people, please, I'm homeless. Please, send me money. I was sending to Nick Cannon. I've sent to all these, people on Instagram. I said, please, I'm homeless. I'm trapped. Please, because I just didn't know how to really confess that it's a guy that says he knows many police officers. I didn't think nobody would take me serious. And soon after that, Instagram blocked me. They told me I have to send my face picture, that they want to see what I look like, and stuff. And I'm transsexual, I have a lot of facial hair, and and I just didn't feel comfortable sending my face picture to Instagram, so they banned me, and then unbanned me, which was kind of weird. I don't know if they're setting me up also, that if in case I make any money from Instagram, they will claim it's theirs, like they had banned me, they don't know what I'm doing on Instagram. So I just don't understand all this. Who's setting me up that, look, we want this immigrant to lose, okay? Like this Bernard Curry says some people are losers living in basement apartment with their mother, and so they're just setting me up to lose. So and I noticed if I ask for money on Instagram, nobody will respond back to me. Even I've been contacting the Manhattan prosecutor on Instagram, the NYPD on Instagram, nobody will respond back to me. So I don't know if everybody's aware that that I'm being set up on Instagram. Anything like any kind of help I get on Instagram, maybe Instagram will sue me in the future and claim this help was illegally acquired. We told this person to send their face picture, and this person wasn't sending their face picture. So, we didn't want them on Instagram anymore. And the reason why I didn't send my face picture is because I wear a veil. I'm still transitioning. I'm not yet fully a woman. I have facial hair. I don't have a place to shave my face. And I believe they're just trying to mock me, because I don't know why they require me to send my face picture. And I was trying to do video chat, and all these artists will go online, start giving people money. And for example, there was this guy, I don't remember his name. He's friends with Drake. He's from Canada. He's in prison right now. And he would go online, say if anybody needs money, they should video chat him. He's helping people, and it was celebrated everywhere on TV that this guy's helping homeless. He's helping anybody that needs money. Then I was trying to video chat him online, and I noticed I was blocked from video chatting by Instagram. So I opened up a new account. I'm like, why can't I video chat this guy's giving out money, to anybody that video chats with him? He said, anonymous stranger said it was just trying to help people during the pandemic. So I don't know if the FBI told the Instagram to block me from video chatting. So I was trying to skip that ban, because I'm like, I didn't do nothing wrong to be banned from video chatting. So I set up a new account, So I was saying, maybe I was banned from video chatting on my on my original account. So let me set up a new account so I can just ask this guy, Tory Lane. Tory Lane's a Canadian in the US prison right now. And all of a sudden it was, I don't know, somebody was thinking that, there's an African the FBI is trying to kill, and so we was offering help on Instagram. So but I got a video chatting for the help, you know. So I was trying to video chat him, but I discovered my Instagram was blocked from video chatting. I couldn't video chat anybody live, So I set up another account, to see, if that would help, And when I set up the other account, I noticed I'm able to video chat with on that other account. Then the Instagram blocked me, say you have two accounts. This is against the law for you to, so God sends your face picture. And I knew that, that was one thing I couldn't do because my face was bushy, I didn't have a place to shave my face, and I'm a female, but I have a beard. So I'm like, then I noticed they still allow me to log back in on Instagram after they blocked me, which is a violation of my right, under the gender violence law. They could have just told me to send any proof of my age, of my identity. I could have sent, I have some immigration documents. I could have sent to them, like letters from the U.S. immigration that stated my age and when I was arrested. Because my green card has been stolen, my security card has been stolen. But I had letters from the U.S. immigration. I saved in my email. I could have sent to them, but I just didn't have any. I just don't have any valid photo ID to maybe mail to them to prove my age or prove my identity, and but I decided they want me to send a picture of my face and hold my name with my hand, and but it has to be a bare face picture, I'm under the Gender Violence Protection Act, you can't mock somebody for being transgender. Yeah, I don't, I have facial hair, so I may not look like a real female. If I take my mask off, because I have facial, I can't really shave. I don't have money to get laser surgery done. So I'm mandating me to look like that, and take a picture like that to send to Instagram. I'm like, this is abusive. So this is an extensive network. My friend Arugana killed, my mother killed. I don't know how many people's involved in this gang, but Biden, they signed a law saying anti-lynch law, and it doesn't have to do with and under that law, you don't have to even be victimized because of your race, because of your color. You could just be you're being bullied because these bullies just want to bully somebody and they feel you're the perfect dumb person to bully. So please, there's a federal law that forbids this. Instagram also playing games with me. The FBI playing games with me. When my mother was alive, she said, anytime I call her, my voice will be echoing, and even lawyers will hang up the phone on me thinking I'm prank calling them. And I have to be using phone booths. I spend thousands of dollars on phone booths, and then the Verizon would cart away any phone I use. I will go back to the same neighborhood, and the phone is gone. And it was just menacing me, so I would lose my case. And I kept telling the Brooklyn Charter Court that please give me more time. I'm expressing all this untold hardship as I'm suing. I said every guy that was helping me has been killed. Then at one point my mother got killed. And the Brooklyn Federal Court, got tired of me asking for extension of time and denied my case against the NYPD. So I lost that case. And since then, no lawyer would help me. Even Benjamin Crumb, the former, the Eric Garner's family lawyer also. He told me I was going to help. All of a sudden, it went silent. It wouldn't respond to me anymore. So I don't know what is going on. And all these people that they tell me they love me, I try to hit me with a bicycle immediately, or hit me with a car. So I'm thinking, and there are fraud gangs in Nigeria also. I believe maybe sponsoring some of this stuff that they may believe if I'm put in a coma and sent back to Nigeria, they can get access to my sperm and then kill me off and ask the U.S. government to send any money to Nigeria, claim I have a descendant whatever. So I'm gay, transsexual. I'm not looking to have a relationship with a woman, and I'm not looking to have any children. I'm not even looking for any relationship. Period. I'm any romance or any marriage. So in case anything happens to me, I get shipped somewhere, and they claim I have a child or children after that or whatever. That's a scam. I'm 44. I don't have any child. I'm not looking to have any child. I'm not looking to get married. And this has to be investigated as international terrorism, international sex trafficking. You know, so they hire people of different race, Arabs that try to hit me with bicycles, Black Americans that say they're going to knock me out by Standard Ferry. I guess put me in a coma to be easily transported, shipped outside of America. And in case I'm disabled, I don't want to be sent anywhere. I'm not safe in any country. There's international gangs of different races, different cultures, different countries. Black Americans, Arabs from North Africa. It's like somebody that's just. It's like somebody has It's like somebody has put a bounty on my head that whatever criminal gang is able to get me first gets the prize. As like a competition, I have Arabs, North Africans, Chinese, white, Spanish, Black Americans, everybody trying to check me out. Like, you know, you fight me, and I put me in a coma or something so that my sperm can be accessible, and also or to frame me up as crazy. This Eric Adam also, he said Trump built him out of criminal charges. I was one of the victims of the Turkish bribery scandal. So I'm such a witness to a lot of this stuff, and nobody wants to deal with me, which is kind of weird. Because after the police, so the MTA workers told me the police told us to be menacing you and be calling the police on you because the police wants to kill you. I didn't believe those MTA workers, but the FBI surveillance will pick it up because I've been under FBI surveillance since 2000. They said they do this to anybody. I was arrested by U.S. immigration at the airport, JFK, and I was arrested. My crime was I was a child, and America doesn't like children, so come with permanent residence. So like in Australia and Canada, where they will arrest children for being a child and so they can stay with their parent. This is my crime. I was arrested for being a child, and I've been suffering my sentence. Even though I'm now an adult, my mother's been killed, my father has been killed. I'm still suffering the sentence for coming to America with my mother as a child. So this is the worst of white supremacy and child trafficking, and so I forgot what I was about to say. I had other important stuff. Yeah, the Turkish bribery case, yeah, with Eric Adam. So back in the day, the MTA workers used to tell me the NYPD told us to set you up and get you killed in the train station. I didn't really believe them and all I noticed, anytime I try to use the bathroom, the police will invade the bathroom. And this Trump has been talking about we're going to invade Chicago, invade DC, you know, and so the police officers concurred to that. Told the MTA workers to be, calling the police on me and they want to invade the bathroom and kill me in the bathroom and make it look like I'm a disruptive passenger, always in the bathroom, even though I have diarrhea, and they will exaggerate stuff, about me to, So anytime I used to go use the bathroom after Eric Adams got killed. I used to go use the bathroom near Eric Adams' office. I thought it was safer because I knew he was a black activist for Black Americans. He was a former police officer. So I thought, maybe the police, that's the last place where they will hurt me. If I was using the bathroom near Eric Adams' office, was the borough president. Around 2015, 16, after they killed my mother and Eric Garner. So I thought that was the safest place for me to use the bathroom. But I noticed anytime I tried to use the bathroom, the police would invade the bathroom. As soon as I get to the bathroom, say, get out, invade the bathroom. Comes multiple police, and they would troop there and force their way into the bathroom, say, get out now, I'm like, this is rape. You can't be forcefully shutting down my anus. I have privacy rights in the bathroom. And under New York law, which has been upgraded since last year, that rape is a forceful, unwanted intrusion to your anus. I said a lot of people are into scat play. A lot of sex abusers like R. Kelly allegedly will make their will make their victims defecate in themselves, and they will kick me out of the bathroom early, and sometimes I'll end up defecating in my pants. You know, like a war prisoner. They said to do this in Guantanamo prison also. Go find a way to anally penetrate the prisoners. Claim these prisoners are not eating well, and they want to force a feeding tube into their anus. And they say, yeah, these prisoners were arguing this is rape, because these prisoners, some of them say they went on an hunger strike to protest their detention, and some of them say they go on hunger strike fast for spiritual reasons. You know, and the Guantanamo prisoners, I guess they're in a prison, so if you're in a prison, you have less rights. Maybe they can forcefully shoot them to the anus. But I'm not a prisoner, even though they stole my green card. So technically, I'm being unlawfully in prison, forcefully in prison. But they always invade the bathroom and say, get out now. And this is a forceful intrusion into my anus. So all these police officers that have been invading the bathroom, raping me in the bathroom anally since Eric Adams was borough president. They need to arrest all of them. The FBI surveillance army will show, because I always record them. We'll call their badge number, and the FBI has everything. So they need to mass arrest the NYPD for anal rape of me, just like they were. They raped Abdul Wimmer, and he had to flee New York to go to Florida. It's forever now in Florida since he was raped, and he was able to get them convicted. He's an Asian immigrant. I, as an African, also, my rights should be respected. You know, so they're raping in places like Brooklyn, places like Manhattan. This police will invade the bathroom anywhere I'm at. I'm constantly certificate on myself, chasing me out of the bathroom so I could finish. Even though I pay my fare, and the MTA workers told me, so the NYPD told them that any one of them that wants to be rogue, and the MTA workers should be calling the police on anytime I use the bathroom. And I would know anytime I use the bathroom, the police would invade the bathroom. They will come as a troop, you know, multiple numbers, you know, and walk out of the bathroom. So they used to do it to me at Quad Street, and I thought that was the safest place for me to go use the bathroom near the 2 train. Because at the train station, the women's bathroom there, because the Brooklyn Federal Court is like a block away. Eric Adams was the borough president. It was like a block away, also across the street from his office. So anytime the police come and invade the bathroom, I would tell the police you're breaking the law, require them to take their badge number. Then I'll go across the street and I'll be saying, look, the police needs to respect immigrants. I say in Ohio, a Nigerian just became mayor. I say in Iowa, they are letting undocumented immigrants have driver's license. I say New York needs to be like Ohio. And soon after that, they were still invading the bathroom anywhere I go. So I stopped coming to Quad Street. I'll go to Prospect Park train station. On the queue line, there's a bathroom there. It's always vacant. And so they started bringing thugs there and police there. And they removed the police camera. Then on July 20, 2019, as I was using the bathroom, there was another invasion. And I was like, I'm sick and tired of all this. You attacking me with thugs and stuff, having thugs invade the bathroom. So I recorded everything. So I said, now enough is enough. I'm going to post this online. I'm going to tell the world I'm sick and tired of all this. You know, so I left the station, Q train station, took the train Q to DeKalb Avenue in Brooklyn, then switched to the R to go to J Street. Then the Spanish MTA worker accosted me. So you're done today. You know, so I brought out my phone. I said, look, I've been getting told by the MTA workers that the NYPD told them to set me up. I said today I was invading the bathroom again. I'm tired. This is like rape. They're invading the bathroom when I'm naked, using thugs and stuff, and forcefully controlling my anus unwantedly, and forcing me to defecate on myself. I said this is rape. This is brutal. And an MTA worker has threatened me again that you're done today. Today's the final. You're out of here forever. You know, I was like, this looks like a death threat. You know, I said this is like a death threat, and I was recording. The FBI has to stay. Then later on that day, so I went to Bay Ridge Avenue and 4th Avenue. I used to beg for money, and I noticed, you know, there's a Rite Aid store now. The Rite Aid is bankrupt. They quickly, as soon as I got arrested and went to psych ward, the Rite Aid shut down. So, you know, their staff was, you know, doing all kinds of criminal stuff, selling prescription drugs to people that are not supposed to have it, you know, and so now they filed bankruptcy. A lot of the people that bought the prescription drug died from the painkillers, you know, so that Rite Aid was out of control. So I used to go back for money on Bay Ridge Avenue and 4th Avenue, and there's a police camera that I thought it was safe because the police camera was there. Then I would notice anytime I go to the train station, The higher black American kids to try to beat me up in the train station. Said, no, get back out. We don't want you in the train station. And the police officer that was stationed there one day as the black American kids was spitting on me. Because after I finished begging for money, I'll go to the train station, Berry Avenue, Florida. I'll be charging my phone. The MTA had just introduced a phone charger in the train stations for multi-million-dollar. They said they're white customers. Sometimes they need a place to make a phone call and the battery's dead. So, they introduced that. Soon after they saw me using it, they removed all the phone chargers. What they did was they vandalized it themselves. The MTA, poured like a liquid seal into the USB port. They said too many unwanted vagrants were using the phone charger. They really intended it for whites only. So I noticed anytime I try to plug my USB cord into the phone chargers, they went and damaged, used their screwdriver to break the USB port, so it's a bit loose. It doesn't fit in. My USB charger doesn't fit in. But before that, they would hire black American kids to wait for me at midnight. After I finish panhandling, I'll go downstairs to charge my phone. And these kids start spitting on me, trying to beat me up. Multiple kids I believe the FBI and the MTA said, we want to, because traditionally they kill blacks like that. There was a case in Mississippi whereby a young black American kid in Mattel went there to Chicago, from Chicago to Mississippi, and a white woman lied on him that he was whistling on her, trying to make sexual advances to her. He was just a 12-year-old boy, and got a mob to lynch this boy. And like last year or so, this woman was still alive. Said she lied on the boy. He never whistled at her or made sexual advances towards her. So they said lynching has always been what the law enforcement and racists use to kill blacks that they feel are not obedient. So after the MTA workers told me the police told us to kill you and bring the police to kill you anytime we see you, set you up. I didn't believe the MTA workers. So I would go and charge my phone in 2019 on Berry Avenue and 4th Avenue, and they would surround me, the charging booth on the train station, Berry Avenue, with black American kids. And they were trying to push me to the train tracks so the train can run me over. And one day I was running around as this kid was chasing me. They would be spitting on me. Some of them will hold a metal pipe in their hand. It's like a reverse discrimination. They said they love Africans, was selling Africans into slavery to America, and the whites would lynch the black Americans in slavery. So they will hire these black American kids, to hold metal pipes and come and attack me at midnight when there's nobody around, and I'll be screaming. I say, yeah, and sometimes they were saying exactly, they were saying, your people sold us into slavery, and we're going to treat you like that. And I'll be screaming, someone help me, and nobody would help me. I'll be terrified. And they were about to lynch me in the train station, the hire black American kids. And sometimes they'll be screaming exactly, and I'll be running out to scatter. So one day some of these kids invaded I was downstairs charging my phone, and they surrounded me, was about to lynch me, and I was running, and I was able to escape upstairs. Then I saw there was a police officer near the turnstile. So I was like, I was screaming downstairs, I said, please help me, and nobody would help me. It was past midnight, it was like 2 a.m. I said, no, because nobody really comes to the train station. It should be only me. And I'll be charging my phone, just watching. There's a TV station in Nigeria called Pastor Joshua. I'll be watching this TV station praying. And sometimes I'll watch the Wendy Williams show, the reruns, on YouTube, and then they'll send these black American kids to invade the train station. They'll be holding metal pipes, and they'll be trying to lynch me, and there'll be nobody around. So on that particular day, I ran upstairs. I was so terrorized, and I noticed there was a police officer there at the token booth. I said, I've been screaming downstairs, and you didn't come to help me. And then I noticed she was an African woman police officer. Her name was like from Zimbabwe somewhere. Almost it looks like almost like Uganda name. I can't remember the name right now. And but she spoke like she was like a New Yorker, and she was like, "We're not gonna help you. We don't even want you in a train station." And she was like, "Stop coming here, or we're gonna frame you up and get you arrested." And I said, "I'm from Nigeria." She was like, I don't care where you're from." He said, "We just don't want people like you in our train station." He said, "Look at you. You're like a bum. You're too poor. We don't want your types. He said, stop coming here, otherwise we're gonna f you up." I said, and she kicked me out of the train station. And so the next day I called 911. I said, "Look, there's an African policewoman working with black American kids and they're all trying to lynch me. She sounds like she's from New York. I'm from Nigeria." So the 911 transferred me to the IAB. There was a black American police officer on the phone. I said, and he was saying, "I can understand your accent. You're just mumbling, blah, 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 blah," and hung up the phone on me. And I'll call 911 back again. And denying someone 911 assistance is a felony. So that black American police officer playing that game with me on the phone needs to be arrested, denying me 911 assistance. And each time I call 911 back, they'll transfer me to him, and they would lie, "I don't understand your accent," hang up on me. So he needs to be arrested for felony interference with an emergency assistance. You know, so but I kept going back to that station, because I always get a lot of money, and I was hoping, so what I would always do is I would beg for money upstairs, baby, and 4 5 minutes, the police camera. Then, after I finished begging for money, I would just run downstairs real quick, enter the next train. I don't charge my phone anymore. I wouldn't watch I stopped watching the Wendy Williams show downstairs, so those kids don't have enough time to come and accost me. So I'm just, terrified, be watching out for all those kids. And when I see they're not in the platform, I'll just run downstairs, enter the train, and run away, because I guess they didn't want me watching the Wendy Williams show or watching the Nigerian pastor. They just wanted me terrorized. So I stopped using the phone charger. So they noticed, I kept coming back there, defying what that African woman told me. She was an African woman, but she sounded like a New Yorker. So I said, you keep coming back, huh? Then on this particular day, so my routine was I would take the Q train, use the bathroom in Prospect Park, then I'll come to Bay Ridge Avenue to beg for money. So they noticed that was my standard routine. So on July 23rd, 2019, I was repeating the same routine, took the Q train to Prospect Park to use the bathroom. They invaded the bathroom. So I was like, "I'm sick and tired of you invading the bathroom, harassing me with your thugs and stuff. I require everything." So I got on the train, and the Q train to DeKalb, and took the R train to J Street, and then this Spanish guy, who was an empty worker, accosted him and said, "You're done today. Today's your final. You're done. You're forever gone." So it's a brother, my so this guy's issued a death threat. So I'm so terrified. They had thugs invade the bathroom earlier on Prospect Park. I said and I stated on the recording that the date was July 23rd, 2019. I said, "I don't know what is going on, but that looks like a death threat." So, but I continued with my usual routine. Nighttime, went to Bay Ridge Avenue, 4th Avenue, to go back for money, and in front of the Rite Aid store. And there was a guy there that would come out of the store and turn his back at me, and scratch his booty with his hand. I'm like, and I run back into the store, and I would hope the police camera will pick him up. So I'll bring out my phone camera, and I'll make a recording. I'm like, there's a store worker at the Rite Aid that, will come in front of the store, turn his back at me, and scratch his booty with his hand and run back into the store. I'm like, that looks like a xenophobic abuse of me as an African, And so on July 23rd, 2019, I went back in front of the store to be begging for money, and some people come there to sell food and stuff. And while I was there, a white guy came and started pulling my hair. I was like, "Excuse me, I always get jumped in this area. A police officer already told me, we're going to remove you from this area permanently and you're never going to come back here again." I said, "Don't you start with me, so you're a gang attacking me." So I was really upset. Then the police came with troops. They were parking their car around me, no siren. All of a sudden, I was surrounded by police officers. So everybody was wondering what is going on. So they told me, we got a report from you. You're the troublemaker in the neighborhood. I was like, yeah. I said, I don't mean, I'm like, I've been getting jumped. They said they're going to lynch me in this neighborhood. I'm like, you don't have the right to terrorize me. And they were like, oh yeah, we are. And they knocked me down and began choking me. Put their nail on my neck and I was crying. My regardless friend, they're choking me and the life was going out of me. And they laid on top of me and stuff, the pressure and stuff. I was just feeling I couldn't breathe easy. I was being smothered and stuff. And then, then I noticed they were trying to put me in handcuffs. And like that lady said, they were going to take away all my stuff. And I put my green card in my bag. So I was screaming, they're after my property, they're after my property. The police officer threatening me that we're going to take away all your stuff. And I always put my green card in my bag. So that's why I was screaming. I'm a Ghana's friend. They're after that African policewoman. Based on what she said, we're going to terrorize you real good and take away all your stuff. So, and they put me in handcuffs. I went and locked me up in the psych ward nearby NY Psychiatric Hospital. So there's a proof of all their intent. They were planning this, they were informing me, and I was snitching, calling 911, to report it, and the black American police officer will hang up the phone. So I don't understand your accent. You're talking blah, 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 and hang up on me. So that black American police officer needs to be arrested on felony charges of denying me 911 help. It's a felony crime. So they went and locked me up in the NYU Psychiatric Hospital. As soon as we got there, the nurse at the triage, or I think that's what it's called, was laughing at me or saying, Baba Tuesday, me too. At that time also, I was, I contacted the Me Too lawyer. Because the MTA workers told me, the NYPD told them to fuck me up, get me killed. So I called the Me Too lawyer on the phone. I said, please, I'm being sexually trafficked. I'm a Nigerian. My mother's dead. My father God is dead. The MTA workers told me the NYPD said they should kill me on the train. I said, can you please help me? I said I was sexually abused and kicked out of my home by the NYPD. They invaded my home, said they had to see me naked. So it's a routine for their own safety. When they invade somebody's home, they have to watch the person naked. Even my mother was protesting. I was protesting. They told my mother to go stand outside. Then I was like, no, don't be near my child, don't naked my child. And they were like, no, go stand outside, And they were watching me naked. I said, you believe me? And my mother was locked outside. And then they kicked my mother out. And Regana promised to help me. And my mother said that's absolutely absurd that they would do that. And they went and took Regana dead. And then I was on the train, and they told the MTA workers to set me up so the NYPD can kill me, and they'll be invading every bathroom I'm in, causing me to defecate on myself, anally raping me without my permission, because they did it to Abdullah Wimmer, anally raped them with a broomstick, but they anally raped me with their guns. Invade any bathroom I'm in, say, get out now, get out, before we shoot you or something. So they were anally raping me with their gun, and nobody thinks my African life matters. They raped Abdullah Wimmer with a broomstick. They brought a broomstick and raped them. And Abdullah Wimmer got justice. But as an African, they anally raped me with threats of a gun on them and stuff. My life doesn't matter. And they keep invading the bathroom just to kill me through and anal rape me to death. And so... so they, like the promise they were going to invade me on Bay Ridge Avenue and 4th Avenue on July 20, 2019, they did that. Invaded me, surrounded me with multiple cars, stole all my money. I saved a lot of money. I was going to escape forever, going to buy a house. They noticed my bag was loaded with money. They took my bag away, my green card, my social security card, put me in handcuffs and tried to choke me to death. As soon as we arrived at the hospital, but thank God air clutch came out, and they were telling the NYPD, stop choking that person, So they took me to the hospital nearby NYU Psychiatric Hospital on Bay Ridge and 4th Avenue. And so when we got to the hospital, the triage nurse broke out in laughter. So my phone was still on me. So the FBI will probably listen to the voice of the guy. It was like a Spanish guy. I was saying Baba Tuesday, Baba Tuesday. You know, I said, my name is not Baba Tuesday. I said, well, that's what we're going to call you. Kente. You know, it was just so, you know, it was a white Spanish male, and it was treating me like an African slave. So we've changed your name to Baba Tuesday. You know. And she was and it was saying, me too, me, and they were all shouting, me too, me too. At that time, I called the Me Too lawyer. So, you know, earlier, before they arrested me, it's like, please, this NYPD is coming for my life. They invaded my home, sexually watched me naked, told my mother to go stand outside. And my mother was protesting, I was protesting. And, you know, and there was FBI surveillance on me and my mother, so they would listen to us protesting. And kicked my mother out, and then Regana was really upset that they would abuse me in such a manner, and promised to help me, and they went and choked him dead, laid on top of him. Even the Regana lawyer, Alvin Bragg, who's not the Manhattan prosecutor, said, you know, if him and Regana's family saw that death was on purpose, and I've been trying to reach out to Regana's family lawyer, Alvin Bragg, and it wouldn't help me. You know, so I guess, I don't know if he also wants me killed like Regana. I don't want me to get justice either. Some black Americans can't forgive Africans that we sold their ancestors to slave trade and want to come here and get justice, and their ancestor died without justice. So they would rather have others die without justice either. You know? And also some black Americans threatened me like that. Before the NYPD choked me, you know, they surrounded me on Fulton and Franklin. So you Africans sold us into slavery and you believe you deserve anything here. Said, no, we're going to kill all of you. You know, as I was eating on Fulton and Franklin, they surrounded me. And I keep saying one of them over and over again. Even before I got choked, he came around me. I think it's an FBI agent or something. He's who said, you're about to get fucked up real soon. You know, because he always follows me everywhere after I made that threat. So I always record him. It's a light-skinned black American. And I said, you're about to get fucked up. You say, you see, and soon I got choked. You know, so that guy's like an FBI agent, a black American. You know, I think he's leading the FBI gang to kill Africans in New York. You know, so finally July 23rd, 2019, they got me. You know, after they had threatened me, told me of their plans to lynch me and stuff. I called the Gloria Allred, the Me Too lawyer. I said, this NYPD sexually abused me in front of my mother and threw me out, and my mother evicted us without a court order. Said it was because we live in a basement apartment. We don't deserve any due process. They can just invade any basement apartment. And this Trump also has been saying there's going to be an invasion everywhere. I guess just to traumatize me and get this police to have a reason to kill me. So it's been saying it's going to invade any city, and says it's been going after cities that have black mayors, especially threatening them, like Chicago has a black mayor, DC has a black mayor. I guess because we must be aware I follow the news, and just to traumatize me and give the police an excuse to harm me, because the police also invade any bathroom I'm in. So, you know, and he knows I'm a political activist, you know, so it's like a lynch mob, including this Trump. And who's going to stop him? Yeah, being the president. I said the president can organize a lynch mob. Apparently, they said the U.S. Supreme Court just ruled that a president can do whatever, you know, turn this country back into slavery, mass lynch. So America doesn't have to abide by international law. You know, so why they're trying to lynch me? A black American already told me we works for the FBI or something. So we're going to kill you Africans one by one. You know, so we're going to South Africans are doing it to you also. They don't want you West Africans. So we're going to give the South African treatment. And the FBI surveillance was recording it. And I also, since then, I'm always afraid of him. Anytime I see him in Brooklyn, I'll take a camera and be recording him. Like, why are you following me? You say you're going to be killing Africans. And the last time I saw him at Prospect Park, you know, before that July 23rd, I was attacked on 2019. I saw him. They brought him to that Prospect Park like an FBI agent, you know. And I was recording, like, why are you following me around? You know, I feel very threatened. I said, we're going to fuck you up soon. You see, it's like, this is going to be the final. You know, so I said, this is a threat. You're threatening me. You know, and soon after that, I went to use the bathroom at the Prospect Park train station. And they brought their thug to invade the bathroom. And I recorded everything. And an MTA worker, and then I fled the station. And when I finally arrived at J Street Out train station, an MTA worker told me, today's your final. You know, you're done today. And I recorded that MTA worker walking away from me. After I said that, I turned my phone on. I just finished speaking before my recorder could turn on. And when I got to Barry, so this is premeditated murder, attempted murder. That's since July 2019. That was they've been hitting. I called 911 to let them know, and the black American guy they were transferring me to, most of the was hanging up on me and was making fun of my African accent. So you're just nobody understands that shit. And I hung up on me. You know, and then finally the threat they were, I called them Me Too lawyer also, like, look, I'm under threat. They're threatening to kill Africans. Me Too lawyer, Gloria. Alright. I said, this NYPD sexually abused me, killed my friend Eric Garner, and now they're threatening to kill Africans with their gang members, like FBI informant agents and stuff. I said, I don't understand this craziness. You gotta help me, Gloria. Alright. And she told me, I'm so sorry. I can't help you either. She said, and she was like, she's trying to get money by having the FBI and NYPD fuck Weinstein up. So, and she said if she goes against the NYPD, the FBI would, and the NYPD would drop the Weinstein case and R. Kelly case. And said, I said she's trying to get money for her client, and the conviction would help her get money. And she was like she's just bribing the NYPD to, fuck up Weinstein and R. Kelly. So I'm so sorry I can't help you. So I was so angry. So I would go on the train since then and say this girl already needs to be arrested. She's bribing the NYPD and Weinstein to win money for her client. I said this is a travesty of justice, because quid pro quo is not allowable. So I would tell all the train passengers that please, I'm a Nigerian, please, they need to arrest this Gloria Allred before they kill these people in prison, Weinstein and R. Kelly. And since then, they said this R. Kelly said they've been abusing him in prison, punching him off, shipping him all around the United States. And this Weinstein says his health has been devastated. And I even reached out to their lawyer for R. Kelly and Weinstein, and they both ignore me. So I believe they want to help the FBI kill me, lynch me, and then free their clients. So there's some quid pro quo going on between the Otto Adala lawyer for Weinstein and the R. Kelly lawyer. So they say if this lawyers work with the FBI agent, so in the future if they have other cases, the FBI and the police will take it easy on the clients. So there's a quid pro quo going on. I've sent videos to this Otto Adala also, and ignores me. As a matter of fact, there was a time he was trying to get me lynched. He does a radio show and says he now represents New York City Mayor Eric Adams. I listen to this radio show every day, Monday to Friday, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. And and then the police will be invading the bathroom. Even Eric Adams said that this police needs to be arresting all these homeless. They're crazy. They're crazy. It's like they just this Eric Adams is just trying to create a ruse, to get his FBI to kill me. It seems this Eric Adams is close with the Garner family, and it's like, where's really mean they really want to kill, and he wants the killing to go ahead. So he left me on the street as an African and said, the police have to arrest all these homeless. They're just, crazy on the street, So even this Otto Adala, we're playing the song, she drives me crazy, yeah, and anytime I try to use the bathroom, the MTA workers will come and drive me crazy, call the police, and we'll be playing that song repeatedly. Then at one point, to get me killed and to create this Otto Adala, it set me up. So, it was saying, listeners, come and see him at the Grand Central Station if you have any legal problems, so yeah, we should come and see him at the Grand Central Station. So I jumped at the idea. I said it's the Eric Adams lawyer. He says some of you that may need connection to Eric Adams, he said please come and see him at the Grand Central Station. So I jumped at the idea. I'm like, I would hope this Eric Adams could help me, because he's setting up special shelters for foreigners. I'm like, I just need to be put somewhere safe, and where I can have a kitchen and bathroom. So it was like, listeners, if you need any help, this is your chance. come to Grand Central Station outside and meet him. So I jumped at the idea, got on the 4 train, went to Grand Central Station, and I stood there, and he was talking. So after the show ended, so I noticed he would ignore me. I would try to reach out to him, and he would ignore me. He would talk to the other white people, shake their hands. I was like the last person he would speak with. So I was like, okay, this is kind of racist or whatever. I was like, okay. Then I said, sir, I listened to your show, and please, I need legal help. But most importantly, I need help getting a shelter. From Nigeria, and I've been homeless on the street. He said, no, I can't help you with shelter, I can't help you with nothing. I'm like, oh my God, is this guy gaslighting me? I thought on this radio show was saying, listeners, if you need any help, you should come and meet him and stuff. At least I thought that was what he was inferring. And every time I just become mayor, I said, no, I can't help you with nothing. I said, but here, I think I gave me like $20. He said, well, I can't help you with nothing. I said, please, I need a lawyer. I said, no, I don't do civil cases. Which was clearly lying. I said, please, the police arrested me, choked me, and all. I said, I don't do civil cases. You know, and so I need a connection to Eric Adams, if you can help me with my house. He said, no, I really can't help you with that either. And it quickly dismissed me, brushed me off, and I felt really bad. It was nice to fellow whites that were there to watch his show live. I noticed he was more interested in helping his wife. So like, this is kind of discriminatory, but I was like, whatever. So I left, and the next day on the show, he was like, this housing stuff is really, this homeless situation is really devastating to him. So, yesterday I saw one of the homeless people, and that person smelled funky. I said, they need to put these people in mental wards. That person was clearly crazy. So he was trying to help dirty up my image, so that the FBI can then get their police to kill me, because they work in collaboration, and then they could free Weinstein and R. Kelly, because they fulfill their part of the deal. They just don't want to free this Weinstein and R. Kelly. They want me lynched. Also, as a quid pro quo, so that any other cases they have in the future, this FBI and NYPD will take it easy on their future clients. They say a lot of American lawyers are corrupt like that. I mean, lawyers all over the world. I don't mean to stereotype America alone. So this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. I can't believe this. They are, letting evidence out in the open. They're so damn corrupt. I could speak for hours and hours and hours. So this is a security threat to the whole world, and the U.S. Congress doesn't want to be investigated. I know this is embarrassing. They're probably worried about the financial damages, because I guess money is the most important thing in the world. I've been reaching out to U.S. Congress members. Everybody ignores me. I don't know if this is why. I don't know if this is why this Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan prosecutor, ignore me. But please don't let them lynch all the Africans. There's all the private black Americans, moving their body towards me and their genitals towards me, try to, rape me on the street and kill me. And then, the guy that was doing that to me on September 16, 2025, he was trying to rub his genitalia on me, and I was moving away from him. Then I confronted him, like, please don't do that, that's gross. I said, you better cooperate up before I knock you out. Then after that, some of his co-workers, a female, they came in front of me, and they were having a black male, like an African male, touch them, and they were touching him too, and they were giggling, like, this is how you take it, no need to complain. Just like they were grooming me right in my face. They said, they use intimidation to groom people. I don't know why this Alvin Bragg is interested in prosecuting Weinstein, and he has evidence on video camera, on NYPD surveillance, and it's not helping me. So, it's, the Weinstein case, I don't think there's any video evidence. But here is, your FBI and your powerful people grooming people on camera to be raped and abused and sex trafficked, and you're not interested, Alvin Bragg. This is ridiculous. So please get the surveillance camera out on the NYPD surveillance camera on Battery Place and Broadway on September 16, 2025, around 10 a.m. Then I was listening to to Miss Jones in the morning, you know, and I believe she maybe have been spying me on the NYPD camera, cause as I was approaching the guy that was trying to rub his penis on, and as I was approaching him, I think that Miss Jones was saying on the radio, go get him, you know, and she's also friends with this lady Wendy Williams, the old new channel from the radio show, and I think at some point she was also aware that the FBI was about to harm me. Because on a TV show, while she's doing the show on Fox, she just say FBI, and then she started talking about something, and all the people start laughing. They just thought she was just being funny, I know she said they framed her up as crazy also, and now they misdiagnosed her as having dementia, and that was what they were trying to do when they arrested me. After they tried to choke me and it didn't work, I survived. Then, on that July 23rd, 2019, on Bay Ridge Avenue, and, and 4th Avenue, and every evidence shows it was done on purpose, because you were bringing this black American guy that threatened that him and his school's going to kill Africans here in New York. And then he started accosting me on Prospect Park train station, and I was recording with my phone, saying, stop recording me, we're going to fuck you up real soon. It's going to happen real soon. Soon after that, they invaded the bathroom on that day, July 20, 2019, to get the rules going, to get it steamy and stuff, and somebody even brought like a smoke bomb, like the bombardment, the whole bathroom with smoke. It was like smoke everywhere. I was like, what are you guys doing? Like, you're not allowed to fill up the whole bathroom with smoke, and I was like, they need to start bringing thugs to harass me with smoke all over the bathroom. And Regana was killed selling cigarette, and it was like smoke all over the bathroom. I said, please, I'm just trying to use the bathroom. What's all this smoke? Everywhere was like steaming. On that July 2019, and I was recording the thug and everything. And this is just too much smoke. I'm like, then I said, I'm going to post the video online that, no bathroom should be this steamy and stuff. They killed my friend at Uganda selling cigarette. And the black American guy that says he's going to kill Africans, he keeps coming to this train station to accost me. And something's going to happen soon. The killing's going to be soon. And then I came into the bathroom, and there was smoke everywhere. It was so steamy. And I was recording everything. Like what is this? What is it? Terrorizing somebody in the train station as his life's in prison. I say, and I was even telling them, for your own good, y'all need to stop, playing this game and thinking you're invincible. So I'm recording it. I'm going to post the video online, And then I was following my normal routine. So later on, I went to Bay Ridge Avenue on 4th Avenue on that July 20, 2019. And then the brother's white guy, and he came to grab at my hair, which was intentional, because my mother used to tell me when she first went to Italy, I was under FBI surveillance. So little kids would come and grab on her hair, because they never seen and they would call her Americano, because, they thought she was a black American lady because she was light skinned and she had a lot of hair. So little kids were pulling on her hair, calling her Americano. So that was their own friendly way of welcoming her to Italy. So then this white guy came and grabbed my hair also on that July 2019. And I guess to make me to traumatize me, remember my dead mother. And that was the first thing I remembered. My mother was saying people would grab my hair. So I said, look, you're being very abusive. You're a grown man. You should know better. I said, you're being very malicious. I say, stop. I'm like, stop that. My mother just been killed. And this, comes this Me Too taunting me, because when the Me Too lawyer, Gloria, already told me she can't help me, she's so sorry. She's playing the game to get money also. This FBI and NYPD run things, and you guys gotta play along. And, so she can't go against the NYPD, because they will drop the R. Kelly and Weinstein case. And, she said it's much easier to get money for a client who does the conviction. So she's really after the money, really. I said, you just gotta play the game with them. So I was so mad. I would go on a train. I said, look, they need to arrest this lady for bribery. I told her, the NYPD was sexually abused in front of my mother. Told my mother to go and stand outside. And now my mother is dead. A black American trying to help me. Regard is dead. And she says she just has to play the game. She can't really go against them because she needs to get money for her client. And then to help her get a conviction. I said that's like a money, money banger, that ching ching, and I was like, you don't care about life? As I'm being threatened, they said they're gonna kill me. And she's like, no, I can't help you. It's all about the money now. As I was so mad. As I go on the train, I'll be talking about her. That look, they need to arrest her. Because she's not helping people that need help like me. And she's bribing the FBI and the NYPD. So they decided to use the Black American Lynch Squad that was sent after me. They assembled all their forces together and they brought smoke into the train station bathroom. There was smoke everywhere on that July 23rd, 2019, to let me know. And it felt like I was in heaven already. It was a cloud of smoke. To let me know, what was going to happen. And they pre-planned it to terrorize me. And I was recording every minute, every bit of it. And as the day went on, then it started getting more deadlier and deadlier. At some point, the train worker was a Spanish guy telling me, you're done today, today's your final. And so I said, it looks like this guy's threatening me with death. And also to show they really pre-planned this, they said the MTA also set up a new program called Top 50. Top has a very good connotation. Someone like me is feminine, I will be considered a bottom. And the top is someone that's masculine, and in the gay connotation, So the MTA also started a program called the Top 50, in which they were going to be arresting 50 homeless. They believe suffer from severe mental illness that nobody knows about it. Only the MTA knows about it, and they're going to transport them to the psych ward. And they don't care how they arrest these people, even if they kill them in the process of arrest. They say these are the 50 homeless that give them the most problem. So they had a secret list. They've been very, like the MTA worker told me that the NYPD said they should set me up. So they put me in a secret list to be stalking me, which is against the law. The Brooklyn Federal Court says they can't be stalking people, profiling people. And I wasn't doing anything to these MTA workers. But just, the NYPD just wanted me dead. Because they're like, how can somebody sue us and still be in New York? They say it's never happened before. People like Abdul Umar fled after he sued the NYPD. Fled to Florida. I'm just like naive. Like, I didn't know, that if you sue, you're not supposed to be in New York. You're supposed to flee, and, And that was why they saw me as easy meat to kill off. Like Diallo, so they were setting it up, like this is just going to be easy piece of meat to kill off. And some MTA workers, black Americans, snitched on me, so you better run for your life. They don't want to told us to set you up and fuck you up and get you killed. And I didn't really take them serious because I'm from Nigeria. I'm like, I don't think what you're telling me is real. Why would NYPD try to kill me for suing them? So I just thought they were just exaggerating until they started choking me, July 23rd, 2019, and I couldn't breathe, and thank God people surrounded the area. I don't know if other people were looking out for me, but a lot of people surrounded the area, and they were telling the police to stop, and then they transported me away. And like that woman threatened, the police officer said, we're going to take all your stuff and you're going to be gone for good. So that's why I knew right away that's what they were trying to do. Steal all my stuff, my money, my green card. I was saying, they're after my property, I'm never gonna friend. And I said, don't do it. And they still did it. Still stole my property. So every evidence is there on video on my YouTube showing they plan to kill me. I tried to stop them from killing me, called the mutual lawyer on them, called 911 on them. And the mutual lawyer needs to be arrested for participating in premeditated attempted murder and sexual grooming. Gloria already needs to be arrested, and any other person helping them to not help me investigate this, they need to be arrested as an accessory to sexual grooming and lynching and racial terrorism. So they took me away and locked me up in the on that July 10th, 2019, choked me real good, traumatized me, and took me and locked me up in the psych ward, NYU Psychiatric Hospital. And as soon as I arrived, my phone was still with the police officer that brought me, and so they turned it off immediately. But I think even if your phone is off, the FBI can still listen in. And the MT, the triage nurse was a Hispanic male. It was shouting, Baba Tuesday, me too, and they were all laughing, cheering, yay, So they already pre-planned, they knew I was going to come in. They already knew, the Me Too has already told them, we're going to catch this person. Dead or alive, this person is going to be brought here. So, be ready for the cover-up. So my phone was with the police officers that brought me, I think either the police officers that arrested me took the phone from my hand, but they were with me in handcuffs, because I was using that phone to record them, so they had it on them. So that phone, it was probably still on. Maybe they didn't turn it off, So the FBI, maybe they didn't even shut down the camera because I was recording them and grabbed the phone from my hand and put me in handcuffs and was choking me. So most likely the phone was still on recording the whole incident. As soon as we got to the psych ward, the Hispanic male guy was a white Hispanic, was like dancing, saying, me too, yay, and said, Baba Tuesday, we're gonna call you Baba Tuesday, like the racist, like the slavery movie, I think Purple, they said they were changing people's names from Kunte to other names, English names. So your name is now Baba Tuesday. We're going to give you an English name now. It's no longer Baba Tunde. And apparently they were taunting me because they arrested me on Sunday night, pre-planned, a holy day. I'm a Christian. And they said, I used to watch Nigerian TV, Joshua, on a Sundays like that. I would have gone to watch it because they always praise on a Sunday. And say, God bless you, all of you watching all around the world. Whatever you're doing is going to be successful. So they arrested me on a Sunday, so I won't be able to watch the program because usually after I finish begging for money, I would go and watch the Sunday program from that Nigerian church. I used to go to the church in Nigeria, Synagogue Prophet Joshua, and he always prays a special prayer every Sunday, and they didn't want me to pray that prayer that night, so they decided to arrest me on that Sunday to mock his church. And so even the U.S. sent a bomber plane to blow up his church. As soon as Uganda was killed in 2014, a place I rented also near where they killed Uganda, they bombed it also. 2-1 Canal Street, all of a sudden a fire started, and all my evidence, the passport I brought from Nigeria that had my visa, at the time they were arresting me at JFK, so America doesn't allow children. And they say it doesn't even matter if you have a visa, we don't allow children with mothers that have green cards. Just like in Australia and Canada, the Indian Americans there, the Aborigines Indians there, Native Indians there, they would take their children away from them for just being Indians, even though they had, rights. They were originally from that land, but they weren't respecting their rights. And that's what happened to me as soon as I arrived here from Nigeria. With my Nigerian passport, I had a visa also. They said, no, we don't respect the rights of green card holders, so we're going to separate you from your mother. So that passport, I kept it. I rented a room near where they killed Eric Garner, and they bombed up that room, 219 Canal Street, Staten Island, 10304. They bombed up that room, and they didn't just bomb it up. Before they blew it up, the landlord left me a voicemail. I was laughing. March 19, and some of the kids at Ghana also, they were laughing. Because as in Nigeria also, I used to as a kid, I was very funny as a child, and the MT and the Bernard Carrick did say, after my mother called the NYPD terrorists, he said some people are losers, they live in a basement apartment with their child, and so the NYPD encounters a lot of people. So I guess they were just taunting me and my dead mother. And my mother was still alive then. So they went and killed Eric Garner in 2014. And they said they were laughing as they killed Eric Garner. And my landlord also blew up my apartment. I rented a room before the kindergarten on March 19th. I came into the country when I was 19 years old, a teenager. They told the landlord to blow up my apartment on March 19th, 2014. And it's just so much. It's just so much evidence. And then 2014 also, the pastor in the Nigerian church my mother used to attend, used to pray every Sunday that whatever you're doing anywhere in the world is going to be successful. He said he noticed a plane arrive on top of his building as they were doing the Sunday service or something like that. And the plane arrived on top of his building, and the plane wouldn't leave. And everybody was wondering, well, this is a mysterious plane. So it was an odd looking plane. It wasn't like a regular passenger plane. It was just odd looking. And they were thinking, is it an alien from Mars? But the Russians said there was an American bomber plane that was leaving Germany about the same time and was going towards Nigeria. And the Russians were saying, why is America? Because the Russians were monitoring the airspace where the American soldiers were at the German, because they were thinking if America's going to attack Russia, it's going to use that airbase. So they had their own spy plane always monitoring that area. And they said all of a sudden they saw this bomber plane leave that German airbase, and they thought it was coming to Russia, so they were following it, and they saw it was going to Nigeria instead. In that 2014, and the pastor of the Nigerian church, Joshua, said all of a sudden they noticed this odd looking plane just stood on top of the church for a long time, lingering like it was collecting surveillance information or something. And they were probably thinking maybe it was God that sent that plane, because it was an odd looking plane. They didn't understand what was going on. I said about Americans in that church also, and they thought, they were, and everybody thought maybe it was just God visiting that church or whatever. And apparently, it seems that the U.S. military plane was trying to find the location of where the Americans were, because they put the white Americans in a special section. They were giving them the best treatment, and they put the Africans in another section. So the plane went to where the Africans were and bombed that area and killed the Africans and allowed the white Americans to survive. So even the white Americans said, well, as the building was tumbling down where the Africans were and the place was shaking, and said they all fell onto their knees thanking God, thinking it was God, blessing, manifesting himself, not knowing, they were being bombed and a lot of Africans were dying. So these people need to help investigate also, so they love white Americans, in that church, TB Joshua Church. He does love miracles, so people come all over the world. And as soon as I saw the NYPD, they killed my friend Eric Garner, blew up my house on Staten Island, 219 Canal Street. And then the Nigerian church, also a Russian military plane, said they saw an American plane go to Nigeria. And the pastor Joshua also said he saw a plane on top of his building. It was a mysterious looking plane. He's never seen something like that before. It was just an odd looking plane. It wasn't like a regular passenger plane. And all of a sudden, everything started shaking. And the places where the Africans were lodged, and white South Africans, so they lodged them in this particular area, and the white tourists from America, they lodged them in the best section of the church. They said they blew up where the white South Africans and the black Africans were, and spared the white Americans to survive, but they all could feel the shaking and tumbling. And some of I believe some of the white Americans said they thought it was God showing his power, and they were all bowing down, praising God, saying hallelujah. No, they were being bombed, to make mockery of people's religion. And here in America also, they will put demonic posters on my storage. Around where the kindergarten was, I rented this storage called American Storage. This was when it was close to where the kindergarten was. And I'll go to my storage and I'll notice demonic posters, and there's all this speculation that, some of the NYPD are into satanism, and that even Trump's lawyer, Roy Jones, or something like that, I can't remember his name, he died. He said he's also into satanic worship. So as a Christian, I was being taunted. So they said this Trump has a lot of, it's close to people. I don't know if he's also involved in satanic worship, but he said his best friend and former lawyer that is now deceased, Roy Jones, or somebody with that name also, so was into satanic worship and wrote a book So they put pictures of demons on top of my storage space. Before they killed every goner. I guess they were just trying to taunt me, and I just didn't know what that meant. And that storage would treat me so bad. When I go there, try to use the bathroom, they'll bang the door, tell me to clear out the bathroom. They'll claim they have only one bathroom, and it was a huge storage, multiple floors. And I noticed anytime I go there also, they'll steal my money, and they'll call the police on me, and the police will be trying to pull their gun on me. Say the stores don't want you anymore, and I'll be noticed all my stuff is getting stolen. And during the COVID, they did an auction behind my back. They told me about, that storage, American storage, and extra space storage. You know, they they went ahead and did an auction, extra space, without informing me. Then that American storage, I was able to find out, and I went there on the day of the auction. I'm like, you can't do an auction in 2020. Cuomo signed a law saying no indoor gatherings. So I called 911. I said, look, there's an illegal indoor gathering. Cuomo signed a law against indoor gathering, and Cuomo signed a law, emergency law, against collection of debts. So I said, please, you NYPD. I said, a few blocks from here, I was reading in the papers, there was a bar on Staten Island that was allowing people to come in there, and we went and shut it down, arrested the bar patrons and the workers, saying absolutely not, no indoor gathering. I said, please send your 911, send your police officers. They're about to do an indoor gathering, an auction of my stuff, which is against the law. The New York was under an emergency order. No indoor gathering. The COVID rate was the highest in the world in New York, killing many people. The streets were flooded with dead bodies. I said, so please don't give this storage any special privilege to break the law. I said, a white bar that opened up serving drinks. The UNYPD went and raided the bar, arrested everybody there. So they said they're black Americans, and blacks in parks. If they move too close to people, the police will knock them down. I said 6 feet. Even while outside, you got to stand 6 feet away from people. So I said, look, I'm reporting this. There's a health hazard. They're doing an auction of my storage at the American storage. A lot of people are gathered in there. It's an illegal gathering. It's against the COVID mandate, emergency mandate that says no indoor gathering, and Cuomo said no debt collection. And the police arrived, and they told me, we're not going to help you. And if you try to stop the auction, we're going to arrest you as a crazy person. So you leave right now and let the auction continue. So they need to arrest those police officers. And soon after that, COVID was the highest rate in Staten Island. If anybody caught COVID that day and infected other people, they need to arrest other people. I know this is a lot of liability, and maybe this is why nobody wants to help me, because they feel a lot of these wrongdoers in the NYPD, are going to go to prison, and maybe that's good. Maybe this police corruption and invasion of cities would stop. Illegal invasions would stop. And the COVID rate spiked rocketed. Staten Island, after that illegal auction, they took all my property away in that auction and almost killed me for even calling 911 as I stood outside this American storage. So it's a whole lot. So back to when they choked me and tried to kill me in July 2019, so they had been making mention that they were going to kill me, and it's going to be very, painful for me. And I was calling 911 to alert them. I'll call 911, and one of the black American police officers would hang up the phone on me as I'm calling. As 911 would send me my phone call to the Internal Affairs Bureau of the NYPD, and it would tell me he doesn't understand my accent. He would make fun of the way I'm speaking, and hang up the phone on me. So in July 2019, they finally carried out the threat. I had a guy grab my hair, and as a rule, they used to send black American kids to spit on me, come with mental pipes to lynch me dead. And so they tried a new method, brought a white guy to pull my hair as I was, I was on the street on Berry Avenue and 4th Avenue, on July 23, 2019, begging for money. And then the guy came and pulled my hair, and I told him, look, there's been black American kids being hired to try to lynch me, and you're a white guy pulling my hair. I said, and even an African police officer that sounds like he's a New Yorker also said, everybody's trying to get rid of you, you know, and said, and it's going to happen soon. We're going to check you out, I said, please stop terrorizing me, and and then that guy just smiled and left. Then the police surrounded me afterwards. He was fighting with somebody and knocked me and began choking me. And they almost killed me, and people surrounded the area and they were telling the police to stop. And then they took me away. But I was recording. I believe that they left the phone on. They didn't turn my phone off, so everything was being recorded. All the way to the hospital, and they came with the phone in with me to the hospital. It was a Sunday. And every Sunday I always pray to God. In the train, I would watch the video of the Nigerian TV station because I always pray a special prayer. That whatever we're doing is going to be successful. God is going to make us viewers rich. And I think they were watching on the FBI surveillance, and they were like, absolutely not. They killed my friend Eric Garner and was sabotaging my case. Told all the lawyers not to help him. Even up till now, even the prosecutors don't want to help him. And they blew up the Nigerian church. We used to pray that, all the viewers, God is going to make us rich. And they believe in me, like a satanic force to be wearing dirty clothing. I'm so poor, steal my money. And it's just like, I blew up the Nigerian church also. And they said that church was later fined by the Nigerian government. Said the guy didn't have proper permission to build that church. And the guy ended up in financial ruin. And I've been experiencing financial ruin. Even this Trump has been inflicting financial ruin on immigrants, taking away their green card. And they took away my green card that day, my social security cards, I can't work anymore. All my IDs. And it's like you just want to inflict the worst financial ruin on me. Stole all the money I saved up in the bag. Because that pastor prayed and said, God is going to bless you all for watch. He's not dead. He said, God told me to tell you, you're going to be rich. Everything you do is going to be rich. And that time I was sitting there with NYPD. He said, God's going to bless everything. You're going to be rich. And it's like, this FBI was like, no, you're going to inflict financial damage. And people trying to jump me, spit on me, started fight with me. Even when I'm using my phone, they would tap my phone and cut off my voice, and people wouldn't understand me or hang up on me, think I'm pranking them. And when I'm using Verizon phone, I have to spend a lot of, sometimes the Verizon phone will tell me, deposit 25 cents. I'll deposit 25 cents. I'll just keep depositing. I'll steal all my money and cut me off. And they'll come and cut the Verizon phone away. So they've just been leaving me with the financial ruin, like trying to block the prayers that this TV should pray from being answered. And left him in financial ruin. Also blew up his church. According to the Russian military, they said an American plane go to Nigeria, blew up the church. And since then it was in financial ruin. He had to compensate the families of the people that died. And I think the Nigerian government fined him also that he didn't get proper permission to build that church. I guess they must have found that, he didn't get the proper permit and blew up his church to get him in trouble. And now he's died of like high blood pressure and stuff. Died of a stroke and stuff. So just my mother's dead also. My father's been killed also. My friend Ghana is dead also. So I just walk alone and nobody wants to help me. Stop threatening me, with more, trying to knock me over with a bicycle, with cars, or sexually abuse me, or trying to punch me to death if I don't comply with the sexual grooming. And I guess they send people to entice me and take me away and rape me and get my sperm and sell my sperm or whatever. I guess that's the lure of all these people saying they love me and they're trying to knock me over with a bicycle and stuff. Like the Arab guy there, he says he loves me and, was trying to hit me with a bicycle. It's all happening. There's cameras all around recording all of this. Nobody helps me. I've just been terrorized like Halloween every day. This is what I experience, So back to the July 23rd, 2019 chokehold. So they choked me and took me to the hospital, and this Spanish guy was making fun of me. Say Baba Tuesday, that's your new name now, this is your English name. Apparently they brought me down a Sunday night just to mark the church I was used to attend in Nigeria, Pastor Joshua Church. So everything is premeditated terrorism, pre-planned. They attacked me on Sunday night because I was talking about Gloria Allred, because she said she can't help me either, that she has to play the game to get money against R. Kelly and Weinstein to score his conviction. So she can't go against the NYPD and FBI. And she did apologize, and she's just trying to get some money for a client. And said the conviction will help. So she has to suppress my information, and sacrifice me really to make a name for herself and for her client. And this is not to dispute that, whether the allegations by a client is real or not. I'm not a witness to the incident of sexual abuse that was that the alleged this defendants R. Kelly and Weinstein perpetrated. I don't know any of these people personally, but I'm just saying there's some procedural issues with Alvin Bragg office charging Weinstein and the feds charging R. Kelly, and I've made the lawyers for these clients aware, the lawyers aware, but it seems they want to make their own illegal fortune by helping cover this up and allowing the FBI and NYPD to kill me, and then so they can then use that as a leverage to get these people out, R. Kelly and Weinstein, and for any future cases to have the FBI and NYPD, go lenient on whatever any other criminals, and build a name for themselves. It's like a money game, and they have to spill blood to make more money. So this Alta Dollar needs to be under investigation, because nobody should be using their law license to kill. Your law license shouldn't be a license to kill. So back to the July 23rd night after they took me to the NYU psychiatric hospital on a Sunday, I believe. And they were making fun of me, say Baba Tuesday. I said, we've changed your name. This first guy said, your name is Baba Tuesday. And apparently and I believe my phone was still on recording everything. And even if it wasn't on, they turned it off. I believe the IVR surveillance still runs after you turn the phone off, because I was on IVR surveillance. And so while in the hospital, so the name Baba Tuesday they gave me, they said that's my English name. They changed my name from Baba Tuesday to Baba Tuesday, like a slave, against my wish. So, and also, so they say which also showed the intent to abuse me, to frame me up, and they were aware, because they say the Brooklyn Mental Health and Hygiene Unit Court is the one that handles cases of mental health cases, locking someone up in a mental ward wrongfully. I said they're only open on Tuesdays. So they arrested me on Sunday. No, and the hospital has a policy that if you want to claim you are being wrongfully detained in the mental ward of the NYU Psychiatric Hospital in Brooklyn, you have to pre-register from Monday to Friday the previous week. Because the mental health, the court only opens on Tuesdays. So they brought me on a Sunday night, so to make me miss the registration, so I have to wait another week. So they held me up for 1 week to torture me and to endanger my health, to force all kinds of medications on me just for fun. And they lied that I didn't know my name, I didn't know who I was, And soon after that, when the Williams also started saying that they misdiagnosed as having dementia. So they were building a case to misdiagnose me as dementia or Parkinson's, and even have me removed from the United States. You know, and where my sperm could be stolen outside. Because if they claim somebody doesn't know who they are, doesn't know their name, then they can then say, look, this person has to be removed because they're being abused on the streets, they're very unsanitary appearing, and maybe, you know, they can have some family member treat them outside the United States. And just use that as a ruse to get me outside the United States, shipped off, regardless of, and they took my green card for me, took my social security card, took all my IDs, you know, so to make it easy for me to be shipped off, even illegally. And in case they try to arrest whoever kidnaps me, the person would claim, look, the person was suffering, didn't remember their name, had a hospital diagnosis, and we had to illegally grab them and take them away. They didn't have no ID, you know, so I wouldn't have any proof of working. So they didn't want me to have any proof of any gainful employment because that would counteract. So that's why they took my green card and diagnosed me as I don't remember my name, I don't remember anything about myself. Because if they misdiagnosed me as that and they gave me my green card and I came back on the street, start working as a home method again, of course my clients would be like, that person wasn't crazy. That person remembers, the clients and stuff, So they took away my green card, to sex traffic me, to human traffic me out of America and stuff. So they need to return my green card, the NYU Psychiatric Hospital and the NYPD, and all my property they took away from me on July 20, 2019. And since then, people have been trying to knock me down with bicycles, with cars, I guess to put me in a state where I won't be able to remember who I am, so I can be shipped off and my sperm can be stolen. I was born in male, now I'm a woman. So this is international terrorism, international sex trafficking, international human trafficking, and so I believe that some of these criminals know my mother's daughters, Bolani and Flora, and the one in Nigeria. My mother said that one is moving with a bad gang also. So that one tried to kill me as a baby, was trying to throw me out of the window because she was mad that our father is different from my father. So my mother got arrested in Nigeria, but our father's family is very powerful and it's freed her. So they would never try that in court. So since I was a child, I've been suffering abuse. Now I'm older, my friend has been killed. I know justice for Eric Garner, no justice for my mother, and this is crazy. So this is what it is to be a black, transsexual, LGBT gay person. Absolutely no justice forever, And so while I'm in the NYU Psychiatric Hospital, I called the Daily News, I called the New York Times, and I called the Nigerian Embassy. But the Nigerian Embassy and the Daily News kept calling me back, but they told me they're not going to show up in the hospital, and they would rather wait till I'm in court. Because I told them I had a court hearing in a week's time on Tuesday, so they told me they're going to wait till I come to court. And the day of the court hearing, the hospital decided to let me go. And they held on to me late. They didn't let me go to the court hearing, and they put me in a van and drove me away from the hospital and brought me to Manhattan, even though the court was in Brooklyn. And they abandoned me in front of the Bellevue Hospital where my mother was killed. And they told me, that I should go ahead and pretend like I'm crazy and stay in a shelter there, that and I should be taking medications, that if I don't play along with the game, if they ever bring me back into the hospital, I'm not going to live a life, so I'm sitting there trying to frame up as crazy. I guess they just want me to be living as a crazy person. They don't let me use the bathroom, also try to get me to defecate in my pants. They hire black Americans to groom me as a crazy person, to get me easily to be trafficked out of America like a crazy person. So that even if the traffickers are caught, they can claim, we're just doing this as a human service, because the person was crazy or whatever. Or the person was living as a crazy. So they're just grooming me. They're trying to pretend like I'm crazy and, and be taking medication. So it will be easy for the traffickers to traffic me out of America. And if they get caught in the process, they can just say, look, the person was living like a crazy person. We're just trying to help them into safety. So this international, so it's very possible that Nigerians paying these people to to knock me down with a bicycle, and hoping I die. And they said the dead people tell no tale. Even as this guy on that's it's close to Wendy Williams, Charlemagne. Used to work for her, and he's been saying on his radio show, "Why believe the truth when this lie is so much easier to believe?" Say lies, people believe lies over truth. He's been saying on his radio show repeatedly, and I don't know. It seems it's hinting at what is going on in my life. And I was born on July 8, 1981, which is a Wednesday. So and he always say on his radio show, Wednesday's hump day, which has like a sexual connotation. And I notice every Wednesday, people will try to rub their body on me, make it look like I'm in a Wednesday sex cult, whereby I must be a sexual freak, because I was born on a Wednesday or whatever. So I noticed people try to sexually attack me on a Wednesday on the street. So I don't know if they're trying to kill me and claim I'm part of a sex cult. There was a case like that, Sarah Lawrence College sex cult, whereby a white guy was abusing people in upstate New York, students from his daughter's college, Sarah Lawrence College, and he claimed those people loved it. They were paying him to abuse them, so he formed a sex cult and he voluntarily joined. So since they're trying to frame me up as a member of a sex cult, they said, people will try to steal your money and kill you. Inheritance scam is very rife in America, especially here in Brooklyn and especially in New York City. So I believe they're just trying to damage my reputation while I'm alive, and then kill me, and then make claims for in any inheritance I have. I claim I'm part of a sex cult. I'm not part of any sex cult. I don't believe in all this open sex or whatever they may be alluding to. Yeah, I was born on a Wednesday, but I'm not looking to be part of any sex cult or religious cult. Absolutely not. Should any of these people inherit my money, if I'm killed, or any of my assets, if I'm killed, only civil rights activists that haven't denied me up in the past should administer my estate and get justice for me and my late mother, and donate the rest of my assets as a charitable contribution to people suffering xenophobia like me and my dead mother, and people have been deported under Trump to be prioritized for assistance. And in case I'm disabled, I should be left here in America. I'm not safe in any country. My father was abusive to me. He's now deceased, but he has families in England and everywhere else. I don't think I'll be safe in any country. Because even though Uganda can't get justice here in America, people march for him and still they denied him justice. Trump and his attorney general didn't file the case on time. Within a 2 years statute of limitation, claimed they forgot to file it. So it's always better to keep the crime scene, the same, until there's justice. So, I'm seeking justice right now. So the best bet for me to be allowed to remain in America, so that the people, all the witnesses can still see me and refreshing their memories and stuff. Because displacing witnesses or someone like me, a victim, could, interfere with evidence. Even if they knock me down with a car or claim I'm disabled, I should still be allowed to remain here in America. And civil rights activists should be able to play a role to make sure my rights is not being infringed upon, and my wishes is respected. I'm not looking to have any child, whether I'm deceased or alive or disabled. I'm not looking to have any child. I'm not looking to get married to anyone. I want to get justice for me and my dead mother, and so back to the July 23rd, 2019 incident, and there's so much evidence to show this was terrorism. They intend to kill me. So they left me in the hospital for 7 days. I was playing a game and wouldn't let me go to court. This is obstruction of justice, NYU Psychiatric Hospital, and they're still withholding, between the NYPD and NYU Psychiatric Hospital, they're still withholding my green card and my IDs because they don't want me to return to any gainful employment. so that I mean, they're still grooming me to look like I'm crazy to make it easy for me to be sex trafficked. So there's possible traffickers from Nigeria paying people to attack me, and because even the Nigerian embassy promised to help me while I was in the hospital. Told me they were going to contact the Nigerian president, because my mother used to work with the Nigerian military, so she knew the former Nigerian president Buhari and all that. They were all stationed together in the same military barracks. So I told the Nigerian embassy this and they promised to help me, and they never got back to me. And yeah, they called me back in the hospital, say they would show up in court, and then they told me they were in court on that Tuesday. The court announced my name, but the hospital didn't bring me. And I told them, yeah, the hospital kidnapped me in a van and went and dumped me in Manhattan. So I missed the court date, and they were acting like they were, they had impunity or immunity from the law, because they were, the NYPD and FBI gang with their corruption is blocking justice for Eric Garner and me. So nobody would take up the case, So and since then, the Nigerian embassy hangs up the phone on me. After they promised to help me, said they're going to give me money to get housing and going to get me reissue my passport so I could renew my green card and stuff. And they never fulfilled any of this promise. Even as a matter of fact, when my father was abusing me in Nigeria, me and my mother reported him to the police station, and the police officer said, child abuse is allowed in Nigeria, and she told my mother to bring me to America instead for my safety, and that the Nigerian government will be providing me assistance in America, and as soon as like money wise and stuff to help me stay in America. And when I got here, the immigration arrested me, said children are not allowed here. And my mother went to the Nigerian embassy and they wouldn't help her. So they've not helped me in 25 years financially and stuff. So under human trafficking laws, international law, the Nigerian government should be held culpable, because they helped resettle me here in America. It's due to the child abuse I was suffering. And they were supposed to be helping me financially and stuff. And I've been out here on the street and they're not helping me either. So I told the U.S. immigration this when they arrested me. I said, me and my mother reported to the Nigerian police that I wasn't safe there, and they said, the only help they can offer me is to resettle me in America with my mother, and they will assist me from here in America, because the Nigerian laws doesn't allow them to arrest somebody for abusing a child in Nigeria. The culture in Nigeria allows it. And as part of the resettlement here, if I'm gay, I'm transsexual, so it's not even safe for me to return to Nigeria. They don't offer me any financial payment. I've been stuck on the street. My friend Arigana is dead. I told them about it. They wouldn't help Arigana either. His family get justice either. So this was going on. So they leave me, impoverished. And I believe they may also be helping any potential kidnappers, international traffickers from Nigeria that may want me deported, And and my mother's daughter, Funke, that was trying to kill me as a child. And sometimes I see her in America, and she just walked past me, and she would do her hand like, go back. I saw her in Queens, and she was following me, and I saw her in Manhattan, and she was doing her hand like, she wouldn't speak. I guess they must have told her. I'm under FBI surveillance, So I believe possibly the international traffickers in Nigeria must have paid her to be traveling to America, because she used to tell my mother that she's so broke, my mother should send her money. Yeah, she wanted my mother to bring her here to America also, but my mother said absolutely not, because she tried to throw me out of the window when I was a baby. So my mother said she could never forgive her, because she was angry that my father was different from her father, and so the FBI is putting me under some illegal surveillance, like every corner and my mother, and they're releasing the surveillance to traffickers. So I guess this is part of the reason why they're trying to ship me to Nigeria. Where I can be easily abused and groomed, because And at a point, I even contacted my mother's daughter, because after I came out of the psychiatric hospital and it was COVID, and I contacted her on Facebook, and I told her, look, I was arrested, put in a psych ward. My mother also was killed, put in a psych ward by her daughters. And she has, because she was married to a guy, and my mother used to tell me her husband has families that are U.S. citizens that are very rich in New Jersey, you know. So, my mother used to tell me that she's married to a guy, and her husband's family live in New Jersey, and they're very rich. They've been here since like the 80s, and they're U.S. citizens also. So I called her in Nigeria that, look, she was aware that my mother is killed, obviously. And I said to frame my mother up, put her in a psych ward. Her daughter's Bologna and Flora. I said, I'm seeking justice for my dead mother. Is she interested? And according to her, she's not interested in getting justice for my dead mother either. And I heard she came here to America to bury my dead mother behind my back. I wasn't allowed to participate. And they buried my mother on June 12th. So my mother's part of a international trafficking ring. You don't bury in Nigeria on June 12th. June 12th is like burying in Nigeria on June 12th is like burying in America on July 4th, claiming, that American is a patriot. It's against, the British colonization of America, and to honor that person, burn them on June 12th, on July 4th. So June 12th is a day whereby the Nigerian military, which my mother was part of the Nigerian military at some point, she was working for them. The Nigerian military blocked democracy in Nigeria by annulling an election won by a Nigerian on June 12th. So my mother was used to work for the Nigerian military as a civilian. So I don't know why our daughters. So every June 12th in Nigeria, people always fight the police, attack the military, and the military will shoot them back, kill so many people every June 12th. It's a national holiday, because it was always a bloody war on June 12th. So the government declared a democracy day. So I don't know why my mother's daughter, I guess to taunt my mother and dad, I don't know, because she was working for the military, decided to bury her on June 12th. I guess just to troll her and dad. You don't bury Nigeria on June 12th. That's the worst insult on someone. It's like burying an American on July 4th. I guess to troll them, so the person I don't know. The person was a treasonous person or whatever. The person was a disloyal person, supported the British rule of America. Or they were just trying to either throw my mother or bury her on June 12th, which is a bloody day in Nigeria. People always attack the police. And my mother used to work for the military in Nigeria. I don't know why and people used to fight the police and military on June 12th. I don't know if they were mocking my mother and dad, or they were just trying to make money to her death, make it look like the police taking her home. Me and my mother's home was dying, and I got her to die early. I guess it's more of the latter, So they thought, burying her on June 12th would be a secret signal to other Nigerians to maybe march for my mother, to make it look like my mother was killed by the police in America. She wasn't killed by the police. Yeah, the police took her home, and she was homeless, and her daughters framed her as crazy and got her killed in the hospital. Because I heard, and when she died, she had this terror look on her face, like, because they must have injected her with an injection, because our daughters told them to lock her up, even in the psych ward, and framed up as crazy, and she wasn't crazy. I said Bellevue Hospital always inject people with ketamine or some psychiatric drug that would make the person relax. Because they said my mother didn't want to go to psych ward, she was very agitated, like, why are they framing her up? So then she had that horror look, and that's how she died. And my mother always tell me, you can tell how somebody dies by the look on their face. She said if somebody died peacefully, their face would look like they're sleeping. But my mother had that horror look. Her face was frozen in horror, and they must have injected her. And I tried children. That funky came to America also, and Bolani and Flora here in America. They buried my mother on June 12th. I guess to just mock the police to make it look like, yeah, to frame up the NYPD as the one that killed my mother. When in fact my mother survived 5 years after the legal eviction, and apparently I survived it. Now, knocking on wood. I'm not a superstitious person. I just sometimes I say, because they're trying to kill me also. So I've been evicted for 15 years now. So my mother was still been alive if her daughters didn't lock her up in the psych ward. Just to kill her early, make her die hard of frustration, so they can mock as a apparent mockery by trying to frame the police of the NYPD as the one solely causing her death. So that's like a scam, and I'm sure, so apparently this flunker gets visas to come to America, you know, and she's been coming here. I always see her here in America because she used to tell me she doesn't have any money. When I approached her, I guess my mother's daughter must have given her money after they killed my mother, because my mother said her daughter was into inheritance scam, so I guess they put a life insurance policy on my mother. Whoever's financing their trips, and I guess the price now is to get me sex traffic, and steal my sperm and can sue the immigration and give it to any children formed from such rape, and then they will have control over these children and steal the money from those children. So please, all these people telling me they love me and trying to hit me with a bicycle immediately. I believe they may be sponsored by Nigerian traffickers, and the weird thing is some of these Nigerian musicians, they seem to be singing songs about my dead mother, and me, you know, and stuff, like in particular Burna Boy, you know, because I used to go online and say that America is like discriminates against African artists, because I used to want to be a musician also as a kid, and I was like, when I came to America with my mother in 2000, I was really shocked that American radio stations don't play Nigerian hip hop. They play Nigerian hip hop all over Africa and stuff. So it's like it was a real shock to me. So I used to go online and say that. So I guess some music executives felt I was dissing the American artists, that they're afraid of competition, and the record companies don't allow the US radio stations to play Nigerian songs because they don't want the Nigerian artists stealing the audience here. So I guess some of the American record companies must have felt I was dissing. So after Eric Garner was killed and I was going through all this problem, so instead of helping me, I would see like American music superstar just come around me as I'm begging for money and they won't give me nothing. For example, Jim Jones, I used to beg for money online from him, and I would see him come around me Manhattan and don't give me nothing. I've seen so many of these artists like that come around me. I'm like, okay, why all of a sudden, as I'm homeless on the street, I keep running to all these black American artists? And it seems like they're taunting me because I used to put it online. I guess they felt I was dissing them, saying that America is very protective of their music industry because they're afraid if they allow foreign artists to be played on US radios and win Grammys, they may take over the market and stuff. So and I feel it's very petty to now be dissing me as an African, and also this is some black Americans don't want Africans to get justice either. Say that their own ancestors that were sold into slavery didn't get justice. And some of the black American artists like would record songs like this thing, and stuff. Especially, I used to be on the train, and I used to tell people to contact all these artists because I noticed they all march for black Americans that are killed by the police. So I used to be on the train and tell people to contact all these artists, to tell them to also, help me get justice. But instead of helping, they just diss me. So some of them have been recording. There was one black American lady, she was a drill rapper from Philadelphia. And she was saying get the fuck out of New York, say, and she was saying, go to PA or something, get the fuck out of New York, and she was, and I used to play that song on Power 105.1. There's this guy claims he's Nigerian, Jamaican. What's his name again? I can't remember. He works for Power 105.1. And at the time, it was 20 me or so. He said he was celebrating his birthday, and he said he's the nicest person. And if people can wish him a happy birthday, he said it's the nicest person. It's going to be nice to the person. So I sent him a message wishing him a happy birthday. I told him I'm homeless, I'm a Nigerian. And I used to see him after that. And it didn't happen either. But it was playing all this, but it was like he's talking about me on his radio show. And he was playing this song from a black American drill rapper. I don't remember the song, but said, get the fuck out of New York, go to PA or something. I said, we're going to kill you. And this rapper was saying the same thing this black American told me, that they're going to kill Africans. And this black American rapper, she's a drill rapper from Philadelphia, get the fuck out of New York. You're not welcome anymore. I don't remember the lyrics. And the lyrics, she also said something about, we slapped you and you couldn't fight back, your punk. Yeah, they have black Americans that would slap me, beat me up. And she referenced that in her rap music, that we slap you and you couldn't fight back, your punk. You're not welcome anymore. Get it? And this Nigerian Jamaican guy will be playing the song repeatedly. And they're having, I believe some of the music executives are hiring people to beat me up and and stuff, to make me pay for the slavery of black Americans. And because I used to go online and be like, the American music industry is protecting the black American artists, so they don't really welcome foreign competition. So I guess they took it in a very, in a petty way or whatever, and decided to be dissing me. And all of a sudden, it's like the music companies were hiring people to slap me when I'm sleeping or whatever, punch me, and then they're gonna go killed and stuff, and and nobody would help me. The black American lawyers wouldn't help me either. Even I've Bragg, the Ghana lawyer wouldn't help me. I saw everybody come around me in Manhattan, and I was trying to approach him, and the security detail said, "No, get away from here," and it wouldn't help me either. So so whatever's going on, this has gone too far, too many killings, and they need to let go of this pettiness. This is getting serious. So the Nigerian artist also, like Burna Boy, before I got arrested, and put in a psych ward, this Burna Boy sang a song, said, I don't really know the lyrics. I try not to listen to this song. They're very traumatizing to me. He said, knock come something, if you know green, knock come something. So it's like his song is like saying, it's like Nigerian broken English. It's like, if I understand it correctly, it's like saying, if it's okay to forcefully have your way with somebody and to use force. So if you know green, not come something. I feel like I'm trying to hit me with bicycle, and they said the music industry or company allowed this Burna Boy to get a Grammy off of that song, and people are trying to punch me, beat me up, and put me in a comatose pose. I guess to ship me off to Nigeria in comatose and take my sperm. So Burna Boy sang that song, if you know green, now comes something, which is, it's okay to forcefully have your way with somebody. And soon the police knocked me down, and it's like they were trying to put me in coma, choke me out, and they had this lady, this NYPD woman, put a needle on my neck. It's like they were just trying to take me out, choke me out, leave me in coma, to ship me off to Nigeria so my sperm can be extracted. And she was doing it with so much zeal. They had this woman, which was a white lady, I guess, to remind me of me talking bad about Gloria Allred. So they had this white lady. They wanted the white lady to deliver the final blow, and she was pinning me down with a nail on me. And all I could think about, look, I'm being punished by Gloria Allred, and I couldn't speak anymore. Because she finally took me out, and I wanted to shout Gloria Allred's name. And they were like, well, shut the fuck up, you know. And the last person I wanted to mention was Gloria Allred. I said, Gloria Allred, you did this to me. I was going to curse her out, and I couldn't speak anymore. You know, this is just so horrible that this country's history, I don't mean to diss America, that, 500 years of brutality against Africans, and we don't even qualify for any protection under the law. And choking my friend Eric Garner, and choking me, and the Nigerian artist like Burna Boy winning a Grammy, and it was, and making it look cool to traffic somebody, and he's very sang that, and I saw that Burna Boy in Brooklyn during COVID, to attack him in Prospect Park, because during the COVID, they lock up on the train station bathroom. That de Blasio said, I guess to taunt me or something. De Blasio said, the parks are open and has bathrooms, And I was listening to the radio, and de Blasio said that, like it was taunting me or something. So the Prospect Park is open and anybody can go to the Prospect Park. It has bathrooms. So, so after the police choked me, took my green card, and COVID happened in 2019, and COVID happened after that, and they lock up all the bathrooms, and the guy took me home. I was looking for a bathroom that day, and they were just trying to get me to defecate all over myself so they can ship me to Nigeria as mentally ill and unable to care for myself, and so I could be raped in Nigeria and killed there. So a guy took me home. I guess my final, as the final saving act. Like, would I rather be raped in America or be raped in Nigeria? So look over the bathrooms, like my choice to make. In 2000, nobody wants to be raped anywhere. I'm sexually trafficked anywhere. So that's not a good choice to give somebody. So in 2020. They lock up all the bathrooms, say because of COVID. You always find every excuse to abuse me. And this guy took me home from the train station, so I could come home with them. Yeah, I could use the bathroom. And they always groom me. It must have been some of the undercover agents. They hire all these thugs and stuff. He appeared thuggish also. Said he's from Haiti, but was born here. So he come use the bathroom in his house. And when we got there, he said he wanted to get married right away. I'm like, I'm suing the police. I said, I'm not looking to get married to anyone, because I know if you marry somebody, any money you get, the person will get a house. I'm like, I've just met you, and I don't really know what's going on. I was telling him I better cooperate, say he's friends with a lot of the police, and they have guns. And they rape me. And I would go on Instagram, send messages to Nick Cannon. I believe that's pronouncing his name. Because Daniel kind of was saying, if anybody wants money, he's going to the bank. Speak now before it's too late. I'm going to the bank if you need money. And I was sending messages, multiple messages, please, I need money. And he wouldn't respond back to me. So I'm thinking, oh my goodness. I'm having, black Americans, artists walk past me, don't give me money. Now I'm being played, during COVID. And Nick Cannon's not giving me anything also. All the radio stations also do. Even as this black American radio host, Ebro in the morning, and he also would play the same game with me. He said, and he said, I know COVID is hitting all of you hard, and I love you, Nigeria. I love you, Africa. And, I know COVID is really hitting all of you hard. So I'm going to give you money. If you're my listener, just call me. And I'll give you money, and I love you, Nigeria, I love you, Africa. So I was thinking, oh my goodness, this guy's really nice. Because I used to be on this train station, and saying, please, people, let me contact the radio stations in America. The Americana's friend, they give the Americana family $5 million to settle the case, but they didn't give me nothing. I said, I'm on the street, I'm homeless, I don't even have a pot to piss in. I have to defecate on myself. I said, please call the radio stations up, let them know Americana's friend is stuck on the street. I need help. If they can, because I know all these radio stations used to invite. No, I'm good, I'm good.
You good?
Yeah. No, I said, when people offer me money, sir, hello, is the money free? No condition?
Free.
No condition?
Yeah.
Okay, please leave it on the table.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people tell me they're paying me to have a child.
No,
It's free, thank you, yes. Yeah, thank God bless you. And what's your name? What's your name? More, okay, thank you. Sometimes, under Section 1981, they're infringing on my rights. Sometimes when people offer me money, they offer me $100, I won't take it from them. Because sometimes people tell me, we're paying to have a child. When you die, we're going to stretch your sperm. So I can't even panhandle easily anymore. Sometimes I reject money and run away because all these traffickers, they taunt me, they say after slavery ended in America, some of the whites that were really sneaky were still enslaving blacks, didn't let them know they were free, and that's why they had an Emancipation Day. This I learned from the Al Sharpton show, and he wouldn't help me either. He said, there's all kinds of games you can play to make somebody feel like enslaved. He said it happens to black Americans. A lot of them didn't know they were free to go, and they were still living as slaves. So they can put somebody under mental slavery. And even Al Sharpton was saying that, so some of you that want justice, you're not going to get justice. So they have to come to him so he can teach them the game. And since that people will come near me and will bring their children to call him mama, dada. I'm like, I'm not your mama, I'm not your dada. I'll tell them, please tell your kid to stop calling me mama and dada. Because under American law, there's something called parentage estoppel. If somebody claims you had formed a parent-type relationship with a child, they can go get the court to order you to pay child support, even when you're dead, and have your child inherit your estate. So I'm always afraid to take money from people. So when I'm begging for money, especially if I didn't ask them, because I don't want them to lie after I die, that, I was advertising that, as a surrogate. Because this Chinaman on Power 105 said a lie is more interesting than the truth. Nobody believes the truth when a lie is more interesting. So I don't know what is going on. And a lot of the black American artists treat me very bad. They act like they want to help people. They act like they're very generous. I ask you to ask for help. And when I ask for help, they don't help me, but they help other people. Just to troll me as an African. And sometimes people will come to me and say, we're going to get you to kill yourself. You're nobody, okay? Go kill yourself. And I heard in Boston, a white lady killed her boyfriend that way. She was encouraging him to kill himself. I'm a Nigerian, I'm homeless on the street. A lot of the black Americans also try to throw me. Say, because of slavery, they're going to make Africans suffer. So I'm homeless on the street, I beg for money. And so these black American artists will come near me and don't give me nothing. And some of them make themselves to look like they are humanitarian, they help out the community. And so when I see them, I'm like, oh my goodness, maybe this person has come to help me, and they just walk past me and don't give me nothing. And ignore me, as I'm begging for it, just to make me feel bad, and I lost my train of thought. There's just so much to say, so this is absolutely wild that I could be racially profiled and jumped as an African, ethnically and xenophobically targeted, in the biggest democracy in the world. I mean, this is like, this is really wild. So back to the black American. I think I was talking about the Hebrew in the morning. So I used to come on the radio. I used to tell people on the train that the city of New York as given the Arizona family $5 million and ignore me. I was also suing the NYPD. Even the Brooklyn federal judge asked them to settle my case also, and the corporation council settled the Arizona case. I was like, absolutely not. To my case, and we're gonna drag it out. And they wouldn't help me, and they got me choked and stuff. I was the police were torturing me at that time, make me defecate on myself, would let me use the bathroom. And the Brooklyn Federal Court was like, because I was pro se, I couldn't find a lawyer, so I was reaching out to the judge, Masquas, and saying, please, I need the intervention of the court. The police is harassing me. I'm homeless. I'm stuck. No lawyer in America would help me. So the court was like asking the corporation counsel to look into settling the case, because I had informed the court. I believe I informed the court that every gunner was trying to help has been killed also. You know, and at that time the city of New York was settling a lot of cases, but the corporation counsel was like, absolutely not. We're going to drag it out with this person. And at that time, I was getting informed by the MTA workers, so you better run away from New York. The police told us to set you up and kill you. And on July 23rd, when they tried to kill me in 2019, they brought smoke into the bathroom. There was smoke everywhere. And at that time, the Arigano family was in court saying they wanted the Arigano killer to be removed from the police force. You know, and I guess to appease the Uganda family, also this police wanted to kill me and just let them know, okay, get off our backs. We killed the African also, so it's not only your child that died. So I know some of you Black Americans may feel you're in competition with Africans, so I hope this helps you. So I guess just like I don't know, like a racist joke. So on July 23rd, 2019, as the Uganda family was in court saying they were doing an inquest. I believe Ivan Bragg, you were representing them in that inquest. So you want the Arizona killer removed from the police force. Because Trump had the case dismissed through his Attorney General, the criminal charges. So this Arizona killer was free to work in the police force forever, maybe even choke more people. Even potentially come into the MC and choke me dead. You know, that was the danger I was in. So at least the Uganda family said they don't want him in the police force, that they are afraid for their own son's life, their grandson's life. Yeah, that was the reason why they said they don't want him in the police force, like the potential. Because at that time also, there was a lady in Queens said the NYPD killed her son, and while she was suing, the NYPD beat up some of her remaining children. So I guess the Uganda family was scared that, look, this Uganda killer is still in the police force. Trump dropped the criminal charges, said they forgot to file the criminal charges. And I think that was one of the arguments. Ivan Bragg, you would know the argument. You would remember the argument you made. You're not helping me, I saw you. You're not helping me, but you've been helping the Uganda family, which is not nice, to discriminate ethnically. And I believe some of the argument you made to the court was this guy can't be allowed to remain on the police force because every Ghana's children, it will target them and choke them also. And meanwhile, I was on the street and the police came and choked me. Nobody argued for me. And I was always on the train, so I'm a Ghana's friend. Please inform everybody. And the Ash Captain knows about me. It references me on his radio show almost all the time, but it wouldn't help me. Like, I'm always in Manhattan, like, it doesn't know how to ride the train in Manhattan. It wouldn't, even before the kid I went on to his office, and they didn't help me, they just mocked me. I said, at that time Ghana was alive, I said the police took my home. I said I've been under FBI surveillance since my mother brought me here. And I said, I'm being trolled, and they just laughed at me and they wouldn't help me. So I believe some of the FBI may have told people not to help me. Who this person think they are, coming from Africa or wanting to sue the police. So the lawyers would just mock me. Even at Shapton office, they mocked me. And Arigana said it was going to help me. And Shapton knows the Arigana family. And the police when I killed Arigana. So it's just been all kinds of cover-ups and stuff. And it's time now to bring everything out in the open. A lot of blood has been shed. So they're holding me hostage, stole my green card, and just trying to make me feel like I'm inferior to Black Americans. So they deny me justice. Even They stole my green card. I could work, and so some black Americans feel threatened that we Africans come to take their job, we immigrants. So they stole my green card, stole my ID, so I could be inferior to black Americans, and they have all these black Americans that troll me, the musicians and stuff who claim they're humanitarian, and they'll come around me, and as I'm begging for money, they won't give me nothing, and just to set me on a high and a low. They said a lady killed her boyfriend that way in Boston. They met in a psychiatric hospital. They were both suffering from depression. Yeah, but I guess he suffers. So I guess she was very manipulative. So they said she manipulated him that they should both kill themselves, but he should start by killing himself first to give her courage to kill herself. So she was very emotionally abusive to this guy. And each time this guy tried to kill himself in Boston, he would rethink it and stop. And then she would text him, "Have you killed yourself yet?" And he said, "No, I just can't do it." I was like. And she'd be like, "What are you waiting for, punk? We agreed you're going to kill yourself first." And she would kill herself later. And she was like, "You're a punk, you're a loser, you never amount to nothing, you can't even kill yourself, something as basic as killing yourself." I texted her, but I was like, "No, I don't want to do this." I was like, you gotta do it, okay? You're nobody, you're a piece of, and then he killed himself. And then she didn't kill herself, and she was like, "That's his problem, that she has the right to change her mind." And they finally arrested her, so this should be looked you know, as a form of um, suicide attempt, homicide, no, I don't remember the legal term. Um, Attempted homicide in form of a suicide. So all these people that troll me and come around me and taunt me and act like a humanitarian and diss me later, you know, if they could try this white lady in Boston for leading somebody on to commit suicide, and then she claims she had the right to change her mind, or it's just freedom of speech, and they were able to arrest her and charge her, with a charge. They couldn't charge her with murder, they said, the laws wasn't really. She outsmarted the prosecutor, weren't, didn't it was such a novel case. So she outsmarted them that, look, I didn't I didn't have a gun, all right. I didn't pull the trigger. Like, this person was just dumb and fell for the trick. Why should I be blamed if the person is just dumb? And the prosecutor fell for it, so they gave her a lesser charge. So I believe this is what they're attempting to do here in New York, to claim they didn't use any gun on me. They just tortured me, okay? You know, and it's not right, whether you're black, American, or whatever, to groom somebody for suicide or homicide. I'm not suicidal. I grew up in Nigeria under more terrible conditions like this as a kid. But it's not fair. That doesn't make it right to treat me like an animal, and to have, the black American artist troll me. I'm Arigona's friend, and I've been putting the word out there that Arigona was trying to help me on Staten Island, and he got killed. I have all these black American artists that come around me as I'm begging for money, and they won't help me as a Nigerian. It's like they're trolling me. So, like that white lady that told her boyfriend to commit suicide, lying to him that she's going to commit suicide also. They met at the psychiatric hospital. And after the boyfriend committed suicide, she refused to commit suicide. And they found it hard to charge her with any crime, but they finally charged her with something. So please, I need assistance. My cash app is NYC Homeless. If anybody's watching my video, my cash app is NYC Homeless. I'm trying to get justice. The police took my home on Staten Island and killed everyone that was helping me. And I've been on the street now for 15 years. No lawyer in America would help me. And I'm just being trolled and stuff. So, so it's just so much going on. So now it's now involving an international mafia in Nigeria also. Like my mother's daughter, that phone always tells me she doesn't have any money. Even after my mother was killed, I heard she came to America to bury my mother on June 12th. You don't bury Nigerian on June 12th, it's like burying an American on July 4th. And that's very disrespectful to my mother, and that's an abuse of the corpse. And it's like they were just trying to use that to scam the New York City taxpayers to make it look like she died solely from being evicted and by the NYPD, whereby they participated in killing her. My mother said she doesn't trust that fungus. That fungus was moving with people in Nigeria that my mother had beef with. Some of them tried to kill me and my mother. And me and my mother testified against those people in an American immigration court in around July 2001 at the Federal Plaza Immigration Court. You know, so and then I started seeing that phone in America, and I told her, I'm in America on the street. My mother's been killed. She's my mother's daughter. And I told her my mother's been killed. And even though we're very estranged, especially after my mother told me that she tried to kill me as a baby, you know. So I told her she could help me, you know, and um, and she told me absolutely, and she doesn't have any money. She's also suffering in Nigeria, So she told me, why do I normally sleep at? I'm like, on the street. She was like, yeah, but yeah, do I have an exact address I sleep at? I'm like, I'm almost on the street. I don't have an exact address. So, if you can tell me the exact address where you normally sleep at, and just, so that I can, So I thought I was kind of strange. Like, why would you want to know the exact address? So, between what city you normally sleep at? Then soon after that, I started seeing her in America. She's well dressed, wearing expensive stuff. And she'd be doing like this to me, go back, with her hand signal. I'll see her in Queens, I'll see her in Manhattan, So I don't know if she's been sponsored by a Nigerian trafficking gang that want to use her to lure me to go to Nigeria and be raped and my sperm be stolen. And then they can then sue America for arresting me as a child and claiming, I have so many kids now that need the money and claim I'm dead, And then I started seeing in America, she was well dressed and was telling me, like, go back, I'm a transsexual. Why would I want to live in Nigeria? They linked transsexuals, and I had a horrible experience there also. Because I'm cross-eyed, in Nigeria they believe cross-eyed people are sent by the devil, and they almost lynched me in Nigeria for being cross-eyed. And as soon as I got here to America, my mother was taking me to hospitals to try to fix my cross-eye. I went to the SUNY in Manhattan, the school for optometry, and they just duped me, told me that I must have been born like that and they want to do surgery. And it appears, I may be suffering from mercury poisoning because I heard there was an American that went to Colombia and they gave him drugs and stole his money and passport, and he woke up cross-eyed. So they said that drug was infected with mercury. So, and I was telling the State University of New York that, look, is it possible I may have mercury poisoning? Because I suddenly became cross-eyed. At the time, my father was starving me, Nigerian stuff. And he said, no, you were probably born that way. And the hospital duped me. At that time, I had an immigration deportation order. I didn't have health insurance, so my mother used to pay like $200 or $70 every week. They were giving me eye training exercises. But they said this American that was poisoned with mercury and his passport was stolen. So he ended up like me in Colombia. He went there to meet a lady. Well, they said he went there for sex, to engage prostitution, because he said, in Colombia, the prostitute there are cheap $20. So a lot of Americans go there because they can find $20 prostitute. But I said the prostitutes always, steal money from some of these tourists. So he went home with a lady, and she put mercury in his food and stole his passport. Just like what I'm experiencing right now. But the Colombia police helped him right away, contacted the American embassy. gave him his passport back. He arrested the lady, but me, the same thing is happening to me. The police just choked me, and I don't get no help. So this is not right, So I from reviewing his case on the newspaper, so they said the lady must have poisoned him with mercury poisoning because his eyes became crushed when he woke up from the food that she gave him. And his passport was gone, his ID was gone, just like what your female police officer did to me. Put a nail on my neck, and my ID is gone now, everything is gone. Nobody would help me, not even your prosecutors. Brooklyn prosecutor refused to help me. Manhattan prosecutor refused to help me. And I keep posting videos online, and this is not right. That, to xenophobically abuse Africans in America. When the same thing happens to an American, even though he was engaged in a crime, he went there for sex trafficking. They said he booked a flight. He had contacted the lady, so that he's he's going to come and give her $20 a night. And she told him to come on, and the Colombian police helped them. The American government helped them. They make sure it wasn't destitute on the street, gave them money. And it's now alright. Make sure I got all the medical treatment to heal his, mercury poisoning. And for the U.S. government to help a U.S. citizen that, was a victim of international trafficking, even though it was engaged in trafficking himself, sex trafficking. But here I am in America, my friend killed, my mother killed. There are traffickers from Nigeria, including my mother's daughter, in America and Nigeria. And the American government doesn't help me, even though I have a green card. And instead I get taunted by Trump, calling African countries shithole, so he wants people with green card to leave. So this is absolutely discrimination under international law to be singled out as an African. When the U.S. government offers help to American citizens that even go abroad to engage in prostitution, sex trafficking, and this is, the U.S. court needs to be aware. While the American government would help an American citizen that went to Colombia to hire a prostitute, and they made sure it was okay, it wasn't destitute, they gave them money, and that was alright. But I, as a green card holder, they refused to help me and just troll me. And this is absolutely an equal application, and the U.S. court and U.S. Supreme Court needs to be aware, because this is absolutely that you could single out someone based on their national origin and refuse to provide them crime victim assistance. The Brooklyn prosecutor wouldn't help me. Gonzalez, and they've been, and even in Brooklyn, I used to sit on a chair like this near the Target store, and they would hire black American guys to punch me, boom, 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 while I'm sleeping. And I'll call 911, and the police officer would just laugh at me, say, "Go back to sleep. We don't believe you." I said, "If you keep quiet now, we're going to lock you up in a psych ward. So just go back to sleep." And they'll laugh, so they'll be like, "Matter of fact, we're going to call the psych ward for you right now. We're calling the ambulance." And I'll tell them, stop terrorizing me. And they'll bust out laughing. So they just go back to sleep. And all around the Target store, they were doing that to me. The black American kids would just come as I'm sleeping, boom, 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 start punching me. And even when I'm on Instagram, I'll see black Americans, shadow boxing. As soon as I befriend them on Instagram, within a day or two, they'll start recording videos with their boxing glove on, and boom, boom, boom. I'm like, okay, what's up with all this aggression? Any of these American artists, as soon as I befriend them on Instagram, within a day or two, I would now see them stop, boom, boom, and when I fall asleep at night, in Brooklyn or anywhere, I wake up, boom, 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 and then when I call 911, I want people to come for me now, say, "Go back to sleep, you must have been having a bad night dream." I said, the police camera recorded as these kids were chasing me. I said, "Go back to sleep." I don't want, I said, the NYPD does this a lot. They, don't help immigrants. Anybody can Google NYPD not helping immigrants and making you look like crazy, for reporting a crime, and they would just to even immigrant that married to American citizens, the NYPD doesn't help them. It just make it look like they're lying. And then I heard Michael Hernandez, most likely from Puerto Rico, you know, and they said he also went and sat where I would normally sit around that area Target store. And so we're sitting down. This gang also came at him. Boom, boom, boom. And he was fighting them and they stabbed him dead. And his mother's been crying and she wants justice. She said our son's last words was he doesn't want to die. And so she wants to know what's going on. And I can't find the woman, his mother on social media. She's not on social media. And I've been reaching out to the media, Daily News, New York Times, and nobody, they know, I'm sure they can find her, but nobody's helping me. Everybody just keeping quiet. So it's like they would even deny an American citizen from Puerto Rico that was born in the Bronx, most likely, justice, so that we don't get justice either. So please, Brooklyn prosecutor, you have to investigate this. People are trying to knock me with a bicycle, claiming they love me. But they just want to put me in coma so that I can be extracted to Nigeria, my sperm can be stolen. And there's this Nigerian artist called Burna Boy, and we're singing a song, Now Comes Something, if you know Glee, which is like it's okay to forcefully take advantage of somebody. And soon after that, the police came and knocked me down and choked me and was trying to put me in coma or kill me so I can be shipped off to Nigeria for my sperm to be extracted. And so that I will no longer be able to testify against this Gloria Allred. So a conspiracy charge can be a conspiracy charge can be made among different actors, even though these people may not necessarily know each other well or communicate with each other, if they all have the common goal of hurting me. So whether it's my mother's daughters that may want financial gain, because I guess when my mother died they were able to benefit financially, or people that may just want to have me killed and take my sperm and produce children and have access to the children and control the wealth through my estate and inheritance scam. Or this girl already may just want to be like, oh shit, a bubble has been bursted and she may now be charged for sex trafficking herself, and just to cover up her own image may have wanted me harmed also, because she wouldn't help me, saying she doesn't want to go against the FBI and the NYPD because she needs a conviction the conviction of R. Kelly and Weinstein will help our clients get money in the civil court, and that's what they're really gunning for also and stuff. But as she explained it, and I felt she was just bribing the police by not taking on my case, which is against the law pro quo. And then this Burna Boy, was singing a song around that time saying, "Now comes something if you know great," which is Nigerian broken English for it's okay to forcefully take something from someone. And they were trying to put me in coma, choking me, and to make it easy to extract my sperm. And then after I got released from the psych ward, COVID started in 2020. I got released in 2019. COVID started a few weeks later. Then who do I see? And as soon as De Blasio said, those of you that need to use the bathroom, you can go to the Prospect Park. They have a bathroom there. And as soon as I started using the bathroom there, the black Americans would come and taunt me, the workers. So that's when they see me come, they quickly look to the bathroom. Sometimes, a lot of people will line up because the bathroom has like 3 stalls, and during the COVID, people weren't going to work, so I would notice a lot of people will come to use the bathroom. About the same time I want to use it, and to be a mess, we'll all line up. They lock up the train station bathroom, and that's the only bathroom I could use. So we'll all line up, and it would be so dirty and smelly. Flies everywhere, and I believe, look, it's like somebody's just trying to jam me up And then they start bringing the police like, you're not a real woman. Go and use the men's bathroom. And the men's bathroom has less stalls. It has the women's bathroom has like 3 stalls. The men's bathroom has 2 stalls. You know, and and there's much more aggressive in there as a woman. Being forced to use the men's bathroom. And there's this black American guy also that would come anywhere he sees me, would take a piss on me. One day I was charging my phone, and he came and started peeing on top of my leg. In front of the Lincoln Road and Flatbush Avenue. Lincoln Place and Flatbush Avenue, and there's an NYPD camera recording everything. I'm like, excuse me, what are you doing? He kept on peeing on my leg. And I moved my leg away. I was like, what's your problem? You know, so I ran into a store. What's the name of that store? It's an international mail carrier. And the black American workers there said, look, I'm being attacked. Can you please help me call 911? And the workers, told me, get the fuck out of here. You smell like pee. I'm like, yeah, a guy is sexually abusing me, peeing on me. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, it's very violent towards me also. And they chased me out of their store. I was like, your store camera is recording everything. I said, please let me call 911. I would like to wait here for safety. And they kicked me out so the guy can physically assault me. After I pulled out his penis, I was peeing on top of him. Because, around that neighborhood, they brought a black American, like, I think it's like an undercover agent, saying I'm going to be killed and Africans are going to be killed. And it always comes around that neighborhood to troll me also. So I was noticing I was being treated very cold in that neighborhood. And there's a lot of killings there, gunshots around that neighborhood also. And I was being targeted for beatings and stuff. They'll pee on me, punch me in that neighborhood all the time. They'll call the police. The police will tell me, absolutely, we're not going to help you. We said Trump is president then. This was around 2020. And he told us that if anybody sued the police, that we should not help them. That he's going to back us up. So after the black Americans punched me, pee on me, I called 911. And the police will tell me, no, they shake their head, no, we're not going to help you. Trump told us, that we don't have to help anybody. They're suing us. Say they should go F yourself. Say Trump told us, to tell you to go F yourself. Say, so if you have sued us, we're not going to help you. So the beating will continue. And they'll just, I'll be so devastated. And we're using blacks to attack blacks. So there's this international courier service. A lot of Nigerians use it. I don't remember the name. I don't want to say the wrong name. But their worker also tried to hit me with a car. Because anytime I talk about them, they was trying to drive their car to hit me. I'm very afraid I may have to flee after I finish this video. Anytime I talk about that courier service, a lot of Nigerians like to use it. They engage in international terrorism in America. They always drive into the sidewalk to try to hit me with a car. I don't want to mention the wrong name because of the magnitude of the allegation, but I recorded one of their trucks driving to the sidewalk to try to hit me. Anytime I talk about them, they'll try to hit me with their car and stuff. So, so they started attacking me in front of that store on Flatbush Avenue and Lincoln Place. After this burner boy came into the area, so the abuse escalated. And I guess it was now like a competition. I don't know if this burner boy has his own trafficking gang. So it was not another competition of who is going to hurt me first. So the punches and beatings escalated. I guess the words must have spread. that a Nigerian artist, multi-million-dollar, came into the neighborhood, came into the park, and was stood in front of, sat in front, that day I was trying to use the bathroom in the park, and they were menacing me in the bathroom, and I was just screaming, please leave me alone, stop torturing me in the bathroom, please stop the one time I'm a bit tortured, every day you torture me in the bathroom, so I was crying at the prospect, but they wouldn't let me use the bathroom. They told me absolutely not, you can't use the bathroom. They will reserve it for black Americans instead. So I was crying, and then I saw as I was crying, screaming, this Bonabot just quiet, peacefully sat on a chair near the bathroom and was just watching me, and I was like, this guy looks like this Bonner boy. And he just sat there for like 20 minutes, and then he walked away after that, and didn't help me with any money and stuff. Before that, I used to send him messages online asking for money because I felt that some of his songs was about me, and I don't know what I was about. Was he, I didn't know what I was trying to help me or not, and we wouldn't send me any money on that, and but then I saw him during COVID 2020, like nobody was really traveling then in 2020 during COVID. And I don't know him personally, so this is how people would know I'm telling the truth, any prosecutors or whatever. Because how would I know his travel itinerary if he had a visa? And I'm sure if he came through the airport, they must have stamped his passport and noted it. Because there was no concert, there was rules against gathering in public places. Even in Brooklyn, the police would arrest you if you're a black person and you didn't maintain 6 feet from another person. They said they were slamming people on the floor, especially if you're black. The whites will get close to each other around that time. So there's no way we came here to do a concert. I don't think they were doing any concert at the time. He must have came specifically from Nigeria, you know, just to come see me or whatever. But he didn't give me any money or whatever. He just watched me in the park for like 20 minutes and he walked away. As I was crying and stuff, and no pity, nothing. I think I was really cold and harsh, you know. And after that, I was being jumped by a lot of Black American gangs, And then this guy, and I was sitting in front of this mail carrier. I don't want to mention their name, because I don't want to mention the wrong name, because it's very serious, you know, But if I would guess their name, I would confirm it later. I would think it's the UPS. It may not, I believe they wear brown, I believe it's the UPS, but I don't want to mention the wrong. I love Nigeria use the UPS. They are, if they are the right one, they are on Lincoln Place and Flatbush Avenue. There's a police camera in front of, across the street from them, and they have their own camera. So they have a phone kiosk. And Link NYC, I used to go charge my phone there in the winter, during the COVID 2020. I would just sit there shaking, charging my phone, and just be watching YouTube videos and reading about the COVID online. And I have my umbrella on top of my head. And this black American, as I sat there on my chair in front of the store, and this guy, and I just felt this warm stuff all over my body. And I thought it was raining again. I was like, but it's raining warm water. And this was this black American on top of me with his penis. And was peeing on top of me. The UPS camera was recording. The police camera across the street was recording. Yeah, I was on that side of the street. And the police camera was this side of the street, like where the yellow traffic light is. The police camera was recording. And where the glass window of the stores, I was there charging my phone by the stop sign. By the walk sign. I was at the walk sign, which I charging my phone where the garbage store is. I was there charging my phone. The UPS store is where the perfume store is. So I was sitting by the lamppost. Let's assume the lamppost is the phone charger, link server, I have my chair. No, I was back in the Link kiosk, which is the lamppost. You know. Okay, so a better illustration with this: the garbage pail is the taller than the garbage pail is the Link kiosk phone charger, and my chair is the lamppost. I was sitting back in the um, the garbage pail, which is the phone charger. Then I had an umbrella on my head, and all of a sudden this guy comes, and I didn't really see him, but I was feeling this warm stuff all over my leg, all over my body. I was like, damn, it's raining warm water now. And I look upstairs, and here is a guy, with his penis protruding towards me, and was just, and aiming for my body. you know, I'm like, what are you nuts? And it became aggressive. So I quickly jump up and to avoid any confrontation, I ran into the store. And the black American was like, go back, go back. I said, the guy is sexually molesting me. He's showing me his penis, and I said, and they were like, go back out. No, 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 no. I'm like, I'm the one outside, always charging my phone. I said, please let me call 911. I'm afraid. He's kind of trying to get violent with me. And they kicked me out, and I said, please, but save your video camera, because your video camera is able to pick him up. Like the store glass is like the UPS store. I said, because I'm calling the police also on him. And when the police came, they wouldn't help me either. And even then, a lot of time people come and punch me as I'm charging my phone. They've just, and blame it on me. They'll claim, they're trying to charge their phone also. And I wouldn't leave. And there's multiple phone charges there. And they'll start punching me at midnight, 1 a.m. Say they want to charge their phone, so they need me to leave or something. And I will wake up to getting punched. I'm like, there's multiple phone chargers on this street, and I'm here first. Why I gotta leave for you to charge your phone? And they start punching me and stuff. And when I call 911 and I tell them, look, I was charging my phone, there's a shelter-in-place law that wherever you are, you can stay there. So I've been on this phone charger. I've been here for many, many weeks charging my phone, shelter-in-place. And I said, Trump was the president then in 2020. And they told me, Trump said, if anybody sues us, in the past, we don't have to help the person anymore. And so it's like, go F yourself. And the police will abandon me and tell me to go F myself. And this was given license to the black Americans to punch me, like the guy that threatened me around that neighborhood, that they're going to start killing the Africans and stuff. And there was all kinds of shooting, people getting shot dead. So I was charging my phone in terror, and I called my mother's daughters, said, look, I'm living in absolute terror. Could you borrow me money? And they all claim they don't have money, even the one in Nigeria, the one in America. And the one in America said, she has a wood shack where she puts all her, she has a wood, I don't know how to pronounce it, a wood shed where she puts all her unwanted items that if I want to be sleeping in the wood shed outside, that's the only thing she has and stuff. I'm like, absolutely not, because my mother said when she lived with you were trying to poison her with counterfeit poison. And she said, and my mother used to tell me that those daughters may try to lure me to make me the next victim, so I shouldn't fall for it. So they're killers. I said, no, I'm not. I said, if you can borrow me money, I'm an adult, I want to remain here in New York, so I can rent a place, get my green card back from the U.S. immigration and go to work. And that daughter says she doesn't have any money. Then that's Bolale, and Flora also says she doesn't have any money. Then I called the one in Nigeria, Funke, that tried to throw me out of the window as a baby, because she was angry that my father is doing for my father. And she told me she doesn't have any money either. So I told her, but her husband has a family that's very rich. They've been living in the United States since 1980s. They're U.S. citizens. I said, they can just borrow me money. And she was like, no, they don't have money either. Sorry. Nobody has money. I was like, I'm on the street and people are punching me, peeing on top of me, molesting me and stuff. Don't let me use the bathroom. And she was like, no, nobody has any money to help you with. And the African guy was like, maybe talk to your siblings in Pennsylvania. I think some of them are working and they should be able to help you. As like they said, they don't have money either. I said, oh, sorry, nobody has money. You know, so then soon after that, I started seeing that Funke in America. She would dress nice. Anywhere I am, she'll come by. I'm like, who's giving out my surveillance information? If I'm Manhattan, she'll walk by Manhattan as I'm begging for money. And a lot of times she'll work in company of other people. So I'm like, okay, this is very interesting. From not having money and to now making repeated trips from Nigeria to America and dressing very nice. If I'm in Queens, she'll show up in Queens also. And she'll do like this. I go back and she wouldn't say nothing. Like, why is she acting scary and what is going on? Am I being trafficked or whatever? I'm saying, okay, from not having any money and weeks later coming repeatedly to America from Nigeria and dressing really nice and stuff, and she never contacted me on Facebook to say, oh, she's coming to America, if I wanted to meet her somewhere to get money, she just show up anywhere I'm at. If I'm in Queens, she'll show up in Queens. If I'm in Manhattan, she'll show up in Manhattan. I'm like, this is weird. What kind of FBI surveillance is this? To be having people troll me. I'm like, this is like FBI. Some of these FBI agents are selling my information to traffickers. And, and this is just crazy. So the use of FBI surveillance on immigrants has to be stopped. The Congress has to pass a law because you're exposing vulnerable immigrants that have been victims of abuse and trafficking to more abuse and trafficking. Criminalization of immigration laws has to stop because, especially under the Constitution, the Puritans that came here from England said God told them to come to America and create a land that welcomed everybody. And these Puritans came here without visas and became president. So somewhere in the U.S. Constitution, immigrants have rights in due process, even have rights to U.S. citizenship. And just like white women and black Americans that weren't recognized as U.S. citizens and had to fight through the courts and Congress, so absolutely immigrants have due process rights. Because it's hard to imagine that the Puritans said this is a Christian nation or inherent Christian nation is based on the Judeo-Christian principles. All the laws here are based on Judeo-Christian principles. And even the Bible says, welcome the stranger, treat them because you're welcoming God. And it said, this was supposed to be an inherent Christian nation. And all the laws are based on Judeo-Christian principles. And the Bible says, treat the foreigner like your brother. So love your neighbor. And you have things like all men are born equal. So if this was supposed to be a Judeo-Christian nation, so immigrants should have citizenship rights. And instead of always done it like that, they said the Europeans when they came here from Europe, the Italians and stuff, they where they have the black Americans sexually abuse me near the Statue of Liberty, where I panhandle. They said there's an Ellis Island there, I believe, where they hold these people for like 1 week, test them for disease, and soon after that they're free to go, and they treat them as U.S. citizens. After that they could vote, work, and even run for president, I think, because the founders of this country, the European founders of this country, didn't have visas and they were immigrants also and became president. And even the 1986, the U.S. Congress introduced a registry for immigrants to for pathway to citizenship to become U.S. citizens, and um, and in 1996 or thereabout, Clinton introduced citizenship by lottery to foreigners through the diversity visa program to honor the Puritans' intent of allowing people to come here and become citizens. And America is like the only country that gives out the citizenship by lottery through a pathway program called diversity visa. So through all actions and intents and purposes, whether explicit or inherently, immigrants have due process rights. And this idea that we can be under surveillance for just being immigrants, and not be afforded protection and safeguards is 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 inexplicable, it's inherently wrong, and they will find that if an immigrant is not a security threat to America and they've been here a long time, traditionally they've always allowed these people to claim citizenship rights and at the very least be given due process rights. So this summary deportations, the U.S. Supreme Court needs to look into this because it's not keeping with the spirit of the Constitution. It's hard to believe that the foreigners that came here and created this American project and became president without visas intend for them to be shut out as foreigners without visas from the U.S. Constitution. Even this Trump was saying the forefathers of this country must be remembered in statute, and said people trying to take down statutes are to be penalized. But the spirit of the law of the Constitution must also be respected, not just by creating statute, but by standing for what people stand for. So when you have a president that believes in statutes of the forefathers, protecting the statute but not protecting the vision God gave them, which is give rights to the U.S. Constitution, that is just hypocrisy at its best. And the courts in America and the Supreme Court also should refuse to make a kangaroo court and recognize this as a Christian project that God started for His purpose. And there's like in anthropology, you gotta preserve, culture, you know, as intended by the original settlers and stuff. And so this has always been intended to be, according to the Puritans that founded this, to be a land of opportunity for immigrants to be included and not to be summarily ignored and be abused and be choked and be trafficked. And the American immigrants or immigrants in America deserve protection of the law. And it's just so much. It's been almost 4 hours already, and it's just so much. And and this corruption is it's very very wide and near. Even and also Eric Adams participated in the abuse I'm suffering of also, because I used to go thinking I would be protected because I heard he was a civil rights leader, but apparently he was only interested in protecting the rights of black Americans. And even though he marched for Diallo, but he said Diallo, the police killed him thinking it was a black American. So, and otherwise, I don't think many people have marched for Diallo either. We Africans, it's very hard for us to get people to help us. My mother was killed, nobody marched for her. My mother marched for Eric Garner marches for civil rights in America. And I also, nobody really cares to help me. The prosecutors don't help me. And 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 I used to go use the bathroom in the train station 2 train near where Eric Adam office was, because I thought it was a civil rights activist that at least the police would be afraid to harm me, knowing his office is there as the borough president, and the police, attacked me with much more vigor near his office on the 2 train while he was borough president. Anytime I would go into the bathroom, they would invade the bathroom. And they were just trying to traumatize me because they invaded my home, sexually abused me in front of my mother, walked my mother out as they were sexually abusing me. They don't want her to be witnessed. I make her stand outside, in the cold while they were sexually abusing me inside, you know. And that was the last image my mother had before her daughters killed her, you know. And it's very disturbing. And now, to our horror, I haven't been able to get justice. I'm just sitting out in the cold, in the rain, and international traffickers easily can just grab me, pee on me, do whatever they like to me, no door, to knock on or kick down. Like the police was able to invade my home and just made it so easy to be invaded. And this Eric Adam, also I used to go near his office to use the bathroom on the 2-line train station bathroom for women, Borough Hall. And when the police would come and attack me, I will chase me out of the bathroom. I will go in front of his office across the street, and I will say the police in America, New York, need to stop abusing immigrants. I say in Ohio, a Nigerian just became mayor. I say in Iowa, they're allowing undocumented immigrants to have driver's license. Then soon after that, the police choked me down and harmed me in 2019. And one of the first people to make fun of me was Eric Adams. Weeks after the police choked me in 2019, he went and did a news conference at the Apollo Theater on January 20, 2020, and said, some of you you outsiders that believe you're gonna be welcome in New York, say, I got news for you. You're not gonna be welcome here. You need to go back to Ohio, go back to Iowa. Say, some of you, we're not gonna tolerate your speech. And he was mocking me, and it would help his fellow black Americans like Eric Garner get justice. But me, he was mocking me. So it was aware that the police had arrested me, choked me down, and I holding my green card and social security card hostage so that I wouldn't be able to have opportunities like black Americans. And instead of helping me, he was a former police officer. He was also a state legislature assemblyman. He had, he could have helped me got my green card back, and instead he was actually praising the police that some of you outsiders were not going to tolerate your speech. With the native New Yorkers, we don't have to tolerate you. You go back to Ohio. And it was even gingering them on and having them tell them to hold on to my green card. Absolutely not, don't return it to me. So I won't have the same opportunities as black Americans. And then he said he was running for mayor after that. Because I guess he was motivated by my speech saying that a Nigerian was able to become mayor in Ohio. And it's like they're just competing with Africans like me as a black American, which is absolutely ridiculous. We don't have to fight each other, And then he became mayor. And then he announced that he wants the police to be raiding homeless people on the street. And it's like he wants a repeat of what he did to me, raided me and choked me down. And his lawyer also, what's the lawyer's name again? Arthur Adaler. Because they said this Eric Adam, he has spies in the FBI because he's worked with the police since the 1980s. So it's formed relationship with the FBI. Even one of his Alvin Bragg, you're prosecuting one of Eric Adams' friend, the building commissioner Ulrich. I don't know how to pronounce his name good. And he told you and told the press that this Eric Adams has spies in the FBI, and they always tell him whenever anybody's under surveillance. So I guess this Eric Adams was able to tell his lawyer Arthur Adaler things about me, link him up to the FBI surveillance of me. Because this author that will always talk about me on his radio show. And at the point, he allowed me to come to his radio show. He said he was moving his radio show onto the street. I guess to make it easier for me to come so he can frame me up as a crazy immigrant. And then have the police kill me. And even testify that he seen me and I look crazy as hell. So then all of a sudden, Eric Adams' lawyer was saying, as I was criticizing Eric Adams a lot, also say, for failing to help me. And also, I was telling people not to vote for him. So, because of the comments he was making that we foreigners are not going to be welcome, we outsiders are not going to be welcome, we need to go back to Ohio. So I was telling people not to vote for him on the train. And people would punch me and stuff if I dare mention his name. And then when he became mayor, he told the police to be raiding homeless, say all the homeless are crazy. And under Section 926 of U.S. law and the 8 laws in New York City, you can't use your power, you can't hide under the color of law to abuse somebody or to retaliate. And like Eric Adams said, you outsiders, we're not going to welcome your speech. You better go back to Ohio. At the time that the police seized my travel document, which is against the law, only an immigration judge can see, or a federal judge can seize your travel document. This is forced imprisonment. So I'm being forcibly imprisoned. I can't move freely. So he told the police to be raiding homeless and to kill me, basically. And on July 20, 2025 this year, he brought back the police unit that killed Eric Garner. He said that those police unit, Quality of Life Policing, killed Sean Bell, another black American, and he told them to go hunt us homeless, and do what they need to do. On July 20, 2025, Eric Garner was killed July 17. I was choked on July 23rd, by the police. And it seems he sent a message to the police to create an Eric Garner 2.0. Why would he choose my birthday month, July, and say July 20, 2025, said he wants the Quality of Life Police to return to New York. And since then, I've been getting menaced like crazy. I can't use any bathroom. They called the police on me. Even at the Penn Station, I heard the LIR Penn Station, they've been trying to get increase in pay. And I notice anytime I go there, they try to hold me hostage. The black American workers will come to the bathroom with me and tell me to go back to Africa. And just be provoking me, say they want to close the bathroom early. And then call the police on me. And the police will be saying something like, that person. And I'll be telling the police, look, I'm being set up. This black American worker was telling me to go back to Africa. I said, please, can you just let me finish using the bathroom? They'd be like, no, you got to get out of the bathroom. If the person said to go to Africa, they need to go to Africa. I'm like, please let me just finish this bathroom. No, you need to leave right now, right? And the police, and I'll hear the police as I'm using the bathroom say, we need emergency assistance. This person is crazy. So they were going to hold me hostage and kill me to get a pay rise. And they said on September 9, as the LIR workers said they were going to go on strike and disrupt train service, they said the debris was left and the LIR train was colliding to the debris. And they found out it's one of the workers also that didn't screw the train properly, and one of the train drove by and left debris from the train, and another train collided in it. On September 9 was the day the police invaded my home, told my mother to wait outside as they were sexually abusing me inside. And they chose that day to also cause a collision, and they said, it's like they were trying to grab Trump's attention. So they chose a day that maybe they hope Trump will remember. And so since then, Trump is supporting their demand for more increase in wages, and he's even hired a special mediator to help them with their increase in wage demand. So a lot of these people that feel if they need anything from the government or from Trump, all they gotta do is to try to harm me. So it's even the MTA, Trump told them they have to get rid of homeless people. And since then, the MTA have been sending their workers to lock up the bathroom and try to use the bathroom. And and this Eric Adams has been trying to kill me also. So after I came out of the psych ward, so I used to go to another section of Brooklyn, Park Slope, 36th Street and 4th Avenue to charge my phone. And then the Turkish restaurant, this one, the Turkish restaurant also, but the Turkish restaurant there, the guy, some of the workers would throw water on me, say you can't be here. Then I'll go to another place, they have phone booths all around that street, to charge my phone, and another Turkish restaurant would tell me, you can't be on this street, this stuff. As an African, get out of our neighborhood, and we'll call the police on you. So I'm like, why is all these Turkish people trying to get me killed by the police? Like, I didn't do nothing to Turkey. Apparently, the Turkish government was bribing Eric Adams at that time. He was the borough president, and I guess to make him happy, because I guess there was a sense of rivalry between Black Americans and Africans, and there was a sense that maybe some Black Americans would be happy if I got killed, because Eric Adams was trying to help me, and got killed by the police. So I guess the Turkish government was bribing the restaurants, the Turkish restaurants. I would normally go to Park Slope to charge my phone, and I would turn the restaurant to start a fight with me and call the police to kill me. So I'll call the police on them also. So, and then Biden charged Ricardo, so he was being bribed by the Turkish government, and they would give him money and food and free plane ticket, and then he approved the Turkish embassy building to rent to a new building the Turkish government built, which was like a fire hazard. But Ricardo helped them approve it to rent to tenants. Got illegally got a waiver of the finding by the fire department of a hazardous condition. And Trump quickly dropped that case, said he needs Eric Adams to help him. And all this Eric Adams has been doing is to be inciting the police to kill me. And then Trump said he needs Eric Adams to be mayor. And Trump has been very worried that Mandami will remove Eric Adams from office, and I've been expressing death threats like crazy. Because they don't want me to be alive by January next year, because Mandami, an Indian born Ugandan American citizen, may become mayor, and this Eric Adams, Trump will be afraid may face charges. I said Trump even wants to remove Eric Adams from America and go place him in Saudi Arabia as an ambassador. And this is just weird. And so I've been getting a lot of death threats and stuff, and my life is not safe. So please, I need justice, and please, anyone watching my video for 4 hours now, my cash app is NYC Homeless. Please donate money to me so I can go get a housing and try to get justice also. My cash app is NYC Homeless. This is not healthy for my mental health. It's like 4 a.m. right now, and I've been awake 4 hours recording this video. This is not healthy. To be depriving me of sleep, and they're hiring Black Americans to try to jump me, and and both men and women, they try to jump me, and then the women, after the men try to sexually molest me publicly, and the women will come by and start laughing and start touching the men. Like the grooming is okay, to be sexual, whatever. So they're trying to lure me to sex trafficking. And, and since then the guy took me home, said he has a lot of police friends. In 2020, and told me he wants to get married, otherwise I'll be killed. And raped me. And I told him no, I don't want no marriage. And raped me and took me out. Even though, had held me in the house for many days, raping me, inside me has a lot of police people that have guns and stuff. If I try to escape, that could get hurt. That's gonna find me. I was able to have his way with me. After the MTA lock up all the bathrooms, And in 2020, I needed a bathroom to use, and I was going from train station to train station. It's like they wanted me to kill myself that day. I was going from train station to train station, and all the bathrooms are closed, and they never announced nothing. I didn't know what was happening, and I was at the point of defecation all over my body. Then I finally, when I got to the Yankee Stadium, Ford train station 161, I saw the bathroom there was closed in the train station, and I went to the police precinct there. They told me no, they're not gonna let me use the bathroom either because of COVID. I was like, but the police precinct are supposed to be open. And still I changed the customer. I said, I heard in the news. I was recording everything. I said, I heard in the news the police station is supposed to be open. You're not supposed to deny me access to the police station. I said, I'm having an emergency. I need to use the bathroom. And he told me no. Then the guy came around and said I could come home with him. I could come use the bathroom in his house. I didn't know I was being groomed by these police to go and be sexually abused. And he took me home in the Bronx. I was carrying all my bags with me. And I carried upstairs. And he told me he wants to have sex and get married. I told him no. And I was held hostage there for many, many days. Because he told me if I don't cooperate, he has guys with guns that can find me on the street and destroy me. So I was just trying to cooperate with them. And I didn't even know I was an undercover agent also. So I was sending secret, anytime he tells me he's leaving the house, we'll be back real quick. So I'll get on my phone. And at that time, this man Cannon, or thereabout, was friends with Wendy Williams. And these are the ones that just say FBI on a show and stuff like that. Why she's talking on TV. But I'll be getting jumped by black Americans. I didn't know who was sending black Americans to jump me. Anytime I went to Wendy Williams show, she said FBI. And then she keep quiet. I mean, we just bust out laughing. I'm like, what's she doing? Like, she just, like, I've been wondering who's sending all these black Americans to jump me every time, punch me. And I've been watching the Wendy Williams show, and so she just scream out FBI. They should bust out laughing. And then all the people would start busting out laughing, and they didn't even know what was going on. And so it's just so weird, I guess everybody's afraid of what is going on, And then the guy took me home about that time also and said, I don't know if I was suspected like an FBI undercover agent and NYPD undercover agent. I said, I want to get married right away. I'm like, I'm not looking to get married to anybody, and then he held me captive, sexually abused me, told me if I leave, he has people with guns that can find me and fuck me up. So I have to cooperate with what he's doing. I told him no, I'm not looking to get married. And then he finally, they beat me up and kicked me out eventually. I wasn't cooperating with whatever the hell it was doing, because I would always send messages to people on Instagram, and I'll tell them to please, and I would tell them I'm homeless on the street, because I'd already prepared a message because I was homeless on the street, so I would copy and paste that message, I just didn't know how to type stuff. I just copy and paste that message because while I was on home, I was always copying and pasting that message. So when he took me home and he was putting me on like 24-hour surveillance, would claim he's going outside, I'll quickly come back and would ask me, what have you been doing? Let me see your phone. So apparently they must have had a spy camera in the house where he kept me. Because I always has to see my phone and stuff. So I just want to see your phone real quick. So I didn't have the time to post. This guy took me home and would rape me. So I didn't have the time to type anything to anybody. I'll just copy and paste. Because I had a lot to say. But this guy, as soon as he tells me he's leaving, then he'll come back into the house again. So I didn't have time to type a lot of the things I wanted to tell the world. So I just copied and pasted a default message saying I'm homeless on the street, please help me. So I was going to escape from the house. I was just trying to get people to send me money. And nobody helped me with nothing. Which was really, really weird. And a lot of people were like, the artists were like saying, if anybody needs any help, please help the person. That was 5 a.m. 5 hours of my recording. So I'm not married to anybody. I'm not looking to get married to anyone. I don't have a child with anyone. I'm homeless, transsexual, just seeking justice. So please go to my cash app number.